But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
I have more care to say than the will to go. William Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet. At first sight, it would appear that at some point between President Kennedy's "We Go to the Moon" speech in 1961 and July 1969, something went seriously wrong with the Apollo project. There is little doubt that the Apollo project started in all seriousness in 1961, and NASA did intend to take men to the moon and bring them back safely. So what went wrong? One answer will intrigue you. As we will discuss later, perhaps nothing went wrong. We will probably never fully know what the problem that caused NASA to embark on the most incredible act of deception, but clearly, at some point, a decision was made that the moon landings needed to be simulated, in other words, faked. The question is, can we infer from the available evidence when and why this decision was made? When? The precursor to the Apollo missions were the Mercury and Gemini programs. The first two manned Mercury launches were Alan Shepard, followed by Gus Grissom. At the time in 1961, the Americans had no rockets that could get men into low Earth orbit. Instead, they utilized the Redstone ballistic missile adapted to carry the Gemini capsule. This was a far from ideal method to lift the first American astronaut into space, but the urgency of the situation in regards to the competition to beat the Russians was politically crucial. The major problem facing NASA was that the Redstone had not proved to be entirely reliable. Out of 35 launches, 20 had been failures, so a better than average chance of a failure, 57%. This was a major concern for President Kennedy, as he did not want to add a dead astronaut to his presidency. He was so worried that he suggested postponing the launch of Alan Shepard aboard the Redstone rocket. Then out of the blue, we have this quoted on page 77 in Gerhard Wanowski's book, One Small Step. But then quite suddenly, all was sweetness and light. On 22nd March 1961, at a White House meeting, Hugh L. Dryden, who was at that time the grand old man of American rocket technology, explained to the President that no unwarranted risks would be involved in the first manned Mercury flight. How interesting that even the launch of such a man into space with a Redstone rocket was supposed to be exactly that, an unwarranted risk. If no risk existed, could it mean that there would be no men on the Mercury-Redstone combination at all? There clearly was a very substantial risk, given the history of failures of the Redstone rocket, so why suddenly is the President told to relax when there is no unwarranted risk involved? Also, Edward C. Walsh, the manager of the National Aeronautics and Space Council, confidently asked President Kennedy, why postpone a success? This sudden confidence by Kennedy's advisors leads one to imagine that the fakery may have already been afoot as early as 1961. The Apollo project was an immense undertaking, further exacerbated by the very limited time frame set by President Kennedy. Within 2 years it was dodged with problems, development of the hardware, and was falling behind schedule, and the costs of the project were spiraling out of control. One of the most significant problems was the North American Aviation NAA, who were the contractors for the manufacturer of the Command and Service Module spacecraft and the second stage of the Saturn V launch vehicle. A review was conducted in November-December 1965 by a NASA team headed by Lieutenant General Samuel C. Phillips, director of the Apollo Moon Landing Program, to investigate the schedule slippage and the cost overruns incurred by NASA. This became known as the Phillips Report. The Phillips Report was a scathing denunciation of NASA's management of the Apollo program. The report stated, "Today, after 4.5 years and a little more than a year before the first flight, there are still significant technical problems and unknowns affecting the stage. Manufacturer is at least 5 months behind schedule. NAA's continued inability to meet internal objectives, as evidenced by the 5 changes in the manufacturing plan in the last 3 months, clearly indicates that extraordinary effort will be required if the contractor is to hold the current position, let alone better it. The report identified many problems in the performance of NAA, including deficiencies in logistics, systems engineering, cost estimating, workforce efficiency, and quality control. In summary, almost all the aspects of the contractor's work were inadequate. This was leading to a major delay in the Apollo project and significant cost overruns. In a letter from George E. Mueller, Associate Administrator for NAA Manned Spaceflight, to the President of NAA, he stated, "I can see no way of improving future performance and meeting commitments which NAA must meet if we are to achieve the national objectives of Apollo, except to improve the management and technical competence of your Space and Information Systems Division." The Apollo project was falling seriously behind schedule and hammer-hanging funds on an unprecedented scale. Apollo 1. The first evidence that we have that something may have been amiss with the Apollo project comes from astronaut Gus Grissom, who had already been selected as the first man to step onto the moon. He had been in space before on 20 July 1961, where he rode the Liberty Bell 7 space capsule as part of the Mercury program and was the 3rd American to fly in space. His flight was suborbital and lasted just 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Grissom is said to have traveled 302 miles, reaching a maximum height of just over 118 miles. Given that the accepted definition of space is that it starts at 100 miles from the Earth's surface, then Grissom only spent about 1 minute in actual space. Gus Grissom was publicly critical of the poor safety specifications of the Apollo project and even of its entire technical feasibility. He was so concerned about the Apollo project that on 22 January 1967, he held an unauthorized press conference in which he told reporters that the United States is at least a decade away from even contemplating a mission to land on the moon. Not surprisingly, he was severely reprimanded for giving the interview without the permission of NASA, particularly giving his total negative comment about the Apollo project. The Associated Press reported, "Pretty slim was the way that he put the Apollo's chances of meeting its mission requirements." Following his reprimand, a few days later, Gus Grissom came out of a water tank for reduced gravity simulation of the supposed lunar module and hung a lemon attached to a coat hanger in front of the NASA emblem to indicate to any camera present, without speaking, that he and his fellow crew members, Roger Chaffee and Edward White, thought about the poor safety specifications and even with the entire technical feasibility of the Apollo project. Now, whether Grissom and his fellow astronauts were voicing something unique to themselves or something that was already been discussed privately within the NASA hierarchy, we cannot be sure. Whatever the situation, Grissom was a clear danger for NASA and its credibility. Chaffee and the Apollo 1 crew were killed during testing when a flash fire engulfed the oxygen-filled command module. They were the first United States astronauts to die in the line of duty. There had been intense speculation that the fire was no accident. The day after Grissom's death, it was reported that the FBI raided his home and seized all of his manuscripts and documents. These may have contained incriminating evidence of the disarray of the Apollo program and highlights its incompetence and disarray as stated by others before Congress. Scott Grissom, Gus Grissom's son, thinks that it was not an accident but a deliberate act to silence his father. He publicly stated in 1999 that he believes his father had been murdered. After examining the remains of his father's death capsule and the faulty switch blamed for causing the fire, he discovered a small and functionless piece of metal which appeared to have been deliberately inserted into the wiring. This almost certainly caused the spark and the resulting fire in the sealed atmosphere in the capsule of pure oxygen. Certainly, the family of Gus Grissom believed that he was intentionally eliminated by the DIA/CIA, as this video from Frank Matt explains. Poor safety procedures. Thomas Barron was a safety inspector during the construction of Apollo 1. After the fire in the Apollo 1 capsule, he testified before Congress 21 April 1967 that the Apollo program was in much disarray, that NASA would never have made it to the moon. Note that this was just 15 months before the launch of Apollo 8, which allegedly took the first astronauts into orbit around the moon. Barron had submitted a detailed 500-page report to Congress detailing his findings. He believed that his opinion made him a target and that he reported that he and his family had been harassed. 1 week after he had testified, his car mysteriously stalled on the level railway crossing and was struck by a train. He, his wife, and stepdaughter died in the accident. The accident was officially judged to be suicide. Some skeptics, the former being Bill Casing, believed that Barron was murdered to silence him. It is interesting to note that Barron's report on the failings of the NASA Apollo project had disappeared and has never been found to this date. The Clavius website has another more critical assessment of Thomas Barron and indicates that he was somewhat overzealous in his work. Note that we should not be so surprised that the Clavius website portrays Thomas Barron in such a bad light, given that the webmaster Jay Windley is one of the main NASA fanboys. However, it does make the point that if NASA were to silence him, that they would wait until after he had presented his evidence to Congress. It would have been more logical to have him silenced before, but then again the damning details of his investigation may not have been fully known beforehand. Although his original report has been lost or purposely disposed of, you can get some sort of idea of his claims in this excerpt posted on the Clavius website. You can also read Barron's testimony to Congress on the Clavius website, Appendix 407 and Appendix 408. The outcome of this tragedy was that the Apollo project was suspended pending a further investigation, which resulted in a further delay of 1 year following a complete redesign of the command module. In March 1967, the NASA director James Webb testified in front of the House Committee on Science and Astronautics, expressing doubts about the chances of fulfilling Kennedy's goal. He was the very man who for 6 years had confidently told President Kennedy that a man on the moon could be achieved within a decade. 1 year later, on October 7, 1968, James Webb suddenly left NASA just 3 months before the Apollo 8 flight to the moon, Robert Siemens in January of the same year. This followed the sudden resignation of the NASA Assistant Director Robert Siemens in January of that same year. We also had the Mercury astronaut Wally Schirra announcing his departure from NASA just 4 days after James Webb had announced his departure. One has to wonder why, when the Apollo moon landing was less than a year away, did these people decide to leave NASA in such a hurry? It is at this juncture in 1967, or perhaps 1966, that some skeptics contend that the decision was made to fake the moon landings. Apollo moon rocks. In December 1966, Wernher von Braun, the chief architect of the Apollo program, participated in the NASA geological field trip to Antarctica together with the other top NASA executives. The trip's supposed purpose was to look at Antarctica as a learning experience for lunar bases and Mars colonization, and also to collect moon rocks for comparison with rocks to be brought back from the moon. On this trip, they collected several hundred pounds of meteorites originally from the moon, properly called lunites. It is probable that the lunites collected in Antarctica were sufficiently altered to be later passed off as moon rocks supposedly brought back by the Apollo missions. So the evidence points to the fact that before 1967 there appeared to be serious problems with the Apollo project, which necessitated collecting lunites to be used later as fake moon rocks. It had been safely assumed that the idea to fake the moon landings had certainly been taken by 1966. It is therefore extremely probable that Gus Grissom and his fellow astronauts on Apollo 1 knew of the planned fakery and did all they could to avoid being a party to it. This also may explain why James Webb, administrator of NASA, his deputy and astronaut Wally Schirra also decided to leave at the same time in 1967. It has always been assumed by the NASA skeptics that the mastermind behind the fakery of the Apollo videos was the film director Stanley Kubrick. During the period 1964 to the film's release in 1968, Kubrick was working on the acclaimed sci-fi movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. In making that movie, Kubrick collaborated closely with NASA, and NASA officials were frequent visitors to Kubrick on Shepperton Studios in the UK. I believe that it was most likely that the mastermind of the Apollo moon landings was an affiliate of Douglas Trumbull. However, I shall not be mentioning his name in this video. Kubrick himself was not a visual effects expert, but relied on the expertise of men like Trumbull, and possibly John Dykstra, a young special effects talent. Later, Douglas Trumbull and John Dykstra worked on the movie Silent Running. This collaboration of NASA with Kubrick could well place the NASA decision to fake the Apollo moon landings even earlier than 1966 than I mentioned above, perhaps even as early as 1964. This would be just 3 years after the Apollo project started. The question is, why did NASA need to fake the Apollo missions? There are several possibilities. The first, and perhaps the most obvious, is that they realized that there was a significant risk that NASA could not achieve the moon landing due to a failure of the technological developments. However, I firmly believe that the decision to fake the moon landing was taken irrespectively of any individual risk identified by NASA. It is no secret that the DIA or some of the clandestine elements of the US government, maybe also the Central Intelligence Agency, had infiltrated NASA from its very inception. After all, NASA was a military establishment and still is to this day. Many of the people working at NASA would have been infiltrated DIA-CIA operatives. The Apollo project could not be allowed to fail. There were too many factors of national security and prestige to allow the hint of a failure. President Kennedy had made his declaration that the USA had the technological means to land men on the moon by the end of the decade. Come what it may, that must be shown to have been achieved. Anything less would be unthinkable. The risks to national defense and prestige for America was immense. The fact is that the US had virtually nothing in 1961 when it came to space exploration. Remember that at this time only one American, Alan Shepard, had even been briefly into space, and that it was only for a 15-minute and 23-second suborbital flight on top of a Redstone ballistic missile hastily adapted to accommodate the astronaut capsule. It should be emphasized that by the time of Kennedy's announcement, NASA had not even developed a rocket powerful enough to get astronauts into low Earth orbit, let alone a rocket to get them to the moon and back. I believe that early on, perhaps shortly after Kennedy's announcement, the clandestine unit within NASA decided that the mission would be faked. In this way, the USA could definitely demonstrate to the world, and particularly to the Soviet Union, that the USA had the capability to challenge them technologically. As Gene Kranz remarked, albeit in a different context, failure is not an option. The danger of relying on this achievement of science and technology was far too risky. That is not to say that NASA would not have been capable to achieve success, but faking it would make it a certainty, only if they could achieve a convincing fake. The success of the fakery was important for several compelling reasons. 1, they needed to fulfill Kennedy's stated goals at all costs. 2, the moon landings would demonstrate that the USA was the world leader in technology and space exploration. 3, the success of the moon landings would take the pressure off the US government in relation to the ongoing and increasingly unpopular Vietnam War. Some of the enormous fiscal allowances approved with public support for the moon landing could be diverted for military and other black op use which otherwise may have not been approved. So the importance of demonstrating success was paramount, and any methods would be considered to achieve it, faked or not. In the following chapters, we will also examine in detail the refutable evidence that the Apollo missions were totally faked. Too much radiation. These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die, like fire and powder. William Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet. Radiation is just about everywhere. We receive it continually from the sun and from the rocks beneath our feet. It emanates from our television sets, radios, and mobile phones. We even absorb it from certain fruits, vegetables, and nuts. So much for being a clean living but radioactive vegetarian. Radiation and its effects on humans is a very complex subject beyond the understanding of the majority of us, not to mention the confusion among the scientists themselves. Of course, if the radiation is severe enough, we know the result. You will die. The question we need to answer is how much radiation is considered safe for the human body. Many of us will have been subjected to radiation in the forms of X-rays and CT scans, either at the dentist or in the hospital. Any X-ray or CT scan will damage tissue in your body. That is a fact. What is important is the amount you will receive during the duration for which you will receive it. Small doses of radiation can be tolerated by the body, even though they do cause damage to tissue, as the body has the ability to repair damaged tissue over time. We are all exposed to radiation every second of our lives from natural background radiation. As a guide, here are some estimates of the level of radiation that we receive from common X-ray, CT scan procedures as compared to normal background radiation. Chest X-rays are an equivalent to 2.4 days of natural background radiation. Skull X-rays are equivalent to 12 days of natural background radiation. Lumbar spine X-rays are equivalent to 182 days of natural background radiation. CT X-rays are equivalent to 243 days of natural background radiation. And CT abdomen X-rays are equivalent to 2.7 years of natural background radiation. So X-rays and CT scans are dangerous but are judged by the medical world to be worth the risk, in that they may provide early detection of more harmful maladies. You may at this point be thinking that you are inadvertently reading some medical journal. Well, not quite. We need to try to understand radiation, as the Apollo astronauts needed to pass through what are thought to be extremely dangerous areas of radiation on their journey to the moon. So understanding this is important for what follows. We measure radiation with an instrument called a Geiger counter, named after its inventor, the German physicist Hans Geiger, in 1920. Radiation is measured in units called Röntgens, named after another German, Wilhelm Röntgen, who discovered X-rays in 1895, for which he received the first ever Nobel Prize in Physics in 1901. There are several other units in which radiation is measured, at which point it becomes quite complex, so we will stick to just a few of them. For the purists, 1 Röntgen is the amount of ionizing radiation producing 1 electrostatic unit of positive or negative ionic charge in 1 cubic centimeter of air under standard conditions. What did he just say? Now, don't worry too much if you don't understand that definition. You are not alone. The Van Allen belts. Here on Earth, we are surrounded by 2 and sometimes 3 regions of intense ionizing radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts, which are formed as a result of the Earth's molten inner core, which mostly consists of iron. The spinning of the Earth results in molten iron creating a giant magnet with lines of magnetic flux radiating far out into space. It is these belts of magnetic flux that trap most of the harmful radiation from the sun and keep the Earth safe and protected. This is the Earth's magnetosphere, and this is what enables us mere mortals to live here on Earth without dying due to an overdose of deadly radiation, unless of course you are partial to many vegetables. These belts were first detected by an American physicist, Dr. James Van Allen, in 1958, hence the name. He used balloons and rockets carrying instruments to measure the levels of radiation as they passed through this region. What he detected was that the radiation measured by Geiger counters first increased and then dropped and suddenly increased again. From this, he concluded that there were 2 distinct belts of radiation. It has now been established that there can sometimes be 3, depending on the level of solar flares occurring on the sun. These radiation belts are like massive donuts circling the Earth. There is no agreement on the thickness of the Van Allen radiation belts. Van Allen himself estimated that they extend 64,000 miles from Earth, whereas NASA claims that they only extend to 24,000 miles. This may be academic, as even beyond the radiation belts there is total exposure to solar radiation particles with no protection from the Earth's magnetosphere. As noted above, the Earth has a magnetic field with a north and south pole, as we know from using an ordinary compass when a youthful Boy Scout or Girl Guide. It is estimated that the magnetic field reaches out 36,000 miles into space into a region we call the magnetosphere. It is the magnetosphere that prevents most of the harmful particles from the sun carried in the solar wind from reaching the Earth. Particles from the solar wind enter the magnetosphere and are directed along the lines of magnetic flux towards the poles, causing the impressive displays of the northern lights, Aurora Borealis, and the southern lights, Aurora Australis. It is relevant in our discussion to note that the radiation belts are weakest near the Earth's poles and most intense around the equator. The question then, is it possible for humans to traverse these regions of radiation and remain unharmed with the correct number of finger and toes? It is on this basis that the moon landing skeptics make their case. They claim that the Van Allen radiation belts are the impenetrable barrier deadly to any spacefarer who attempts to traverse them. Therefore, they conclude that the Apollo missions to the moon could never have taken place. In consequence, they say that man never walked on the face of the moon. We know that the astronauts on the Apollo missions that supposedly went to the moon never died from, or as far as we know, no astronaut has ever suffered from any form of radiation illness. So, if it is impossible for humans to survive the Van Allen radiation belts, then Apollo was, at least in part, hoaxed regardless of what all other evidence suggests. The level of radiation in the Van Allen belts is determined by mostly unpredictable solar particle emissions such as solar flares. There is evidence to suggest that the major flares occur at their most savage according to an 11-year cycle. The general unpredictability of those solar flares implies that any space mission through the Van Allen radiation belts does carry an inestimable danger to the astronauts. Clearly, this would imply that NASA would have carefully studied the Van Allen radiation belts, and we must assume that they concluded that it was not dangerous to send astronauts traveling through them. Paradoxically, 1969 was the height of that 11-year solar flare cycle, so the danger would have been in its greatest for Apollo 11, and it would not have been possible to pick a worse time to sojourn to the moon. Van Allen radiation belts source NASA. It is interesting to note what James Van Allen himself said about the dangers of the radiation belts in a scientific paper published in Scientific America in March 1959, long before the Apollo era, in which he states, "Our measurements show that the maximum radiation level of 1958 is equivalent to between 10 and 100 roentgens per hour, depending on the still undetermined portion of protons to electrons. Since a human being exposed for 2 days or even 10 roentgens would have only an even chance of survival, the radiation belts obviously present an obstacle to spaceflight. Unless some particular way can be found to shield space travelers against the effects of radiation, manned space rockets can best take off through the radiation-free zones over the poles." Note Van Allen's final sentence, "Manned space rockets can best take off through the radiation-free zone over the poles." So Van Allen is clearly suggesting a route in which would minimize the astronauts' exposure to this deadly radiation. Remember, he said that the radiation is equivalent to between 10 and 100 roentgens per hour, and that even a dose of 10 roentgens over 2 days would give a 50-50 chance of survival? The Apollo astronauts, according to NASA, would spend only about 2 hours going through the Van Allen belts on the outward journey and about 2 hours on the return journey. So based on James Van Allen's findings, without protection from the radiation, the astronauts would have received a significant dose of radiation of between 40 and 400 roentgens. A more modern unit of radiation exposure risk is the sievert, and 1 roentgen is basically equivalent to 0.009 sieverts. So the astronauts would be exposed to between 0.37 and 3.7 sieverts after passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It is not easy to state categorically what this would do to the astronauts, but the following is a rough guide. A dose of 0.35 was the average exposure of Chernobyl residents who were relocated after the blast in 1986. Some died later from radiation-related illnesses. A 1 sievert accumulated dose is estimated to cause a fatal cancer many years later in 5% of people. A 5 sievert single dose, which would kill half of those exposed to it within a month. Unfortunately, the range of radiation given by Van Allen is so wide, 400 to 400 roentgens, that it is difficult to decide conclusively what the effects might be on the astronauts. Perhaps all we can conclude is that at the lowest level, the astronauts would survive into old age, but at the highest level, would probably not. We do not know that the Apollo spacecraft did not have any significant radiation protection except its construction from a thin skin of aluminum, steel, and some plastic cladding. Similarly, the lunar module for those missions that landed on the moon, the protection from radiation was minimal. The pro-NASA group would maintain that this was adequate protection from the radiation, but this seems totally inadequate. On one occasion in 1990, the space shuttle went to an altitude of 385 miles when it launched the Hubble telescope. The astronauts reported seeing shooting stars as cosmic rays hit the optic nerve, and this was far below the Van Allen belts. So the skeptics have always contended that the Apollo missions were impossible, and consequently man never set foot on the moon. However, NASA has published their official data on the average radiation received by the Apollo astronauts, which are surprisingly orders of magnitude less than we calculated above. From the official NASA figures, then the Apollo astronauts only received an extremely low degree of radiation accumulation. The minimum figure based on the Van Allen paper would have been 40 roentgens, which is about 35 rad, which is another order of magnitude more than the NASA figures. Do you notice anything rather strange in these figures? Let me explain what the problem is. Note, for example, that the average number of rads per crew members is the same for Apollo 11 and Apollo 8, which are completely different types of missions. Apollo 7 remained in low Earth orbit for 11 days, whereas Apollo 8 spent 6 days going to the moon and back. This means that the Apollo 8 traversed the Van Allen radiation belts and was outside the Earth's protective magnetosphere for more than 5 days. In comparison, the radiation dose in low Earth orbit is about 0.16 rads per crew member per day, and the figure for Apollo 8 is about 0.03 rads. From this, one may conclude that the radiation passing through the Van Allen belts and beyond is only double that of low Earth orbit. If these NASA figures are true, then the research that James Van Allen conducted was completely wrong by orders of magnitude. From this analysis, it is not possible to definitely conclude whether the astronauts would have been severely affected by radiation or not. According to NASA, then the radiation was minor, but according to the Van Allen paper, it would have been much higher. Radiation and Project Orion. So let us look at what NASA is now saying about this radiation issue in context of the new Orion project. Note that Kelly Smith, the narrator, draws a diagram showing the path the spacecraft will take, which appears to be right through the Van Allen radiation belts on an equatorial trajectory. This route he shows that the Van Allen radiation belt is important, as we will see later. He also makes this categorical statement concerning radiation.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
As might be expected, the skeptics have jumped all over this statement as some sort of admission by NASA that the Apollo missions never went to the moon. The point being made is that the Apollo missions supposedly solved this challenge 50 years ago and proved that radiation was not a problem, either going through the Van Allen radiation belts or traveling to and walking on the moon. So why is it suddenly seen as a problem for NASA and the Orion project? However, it is clear from our brief analysis of the subject that we cannot conclude whether it would be feasible for the astronauts to have survived the passage through the Van Allen radiation belts or whether NASA faked the moon landings. We need to look for other evidence of any NASA fakery. Historical records. At this point, I am obliged to give credit to Scott Henderson for much of the insights that will be discussed. Scott Henderson is a fervent Apollo moon hoax investigator who, through numerous hours of patient research, has uncovered many previously undetected anomalies in the Apollo story. So many thanks to Scott for providing me with some of the basis for what follows. You will recall that Dr. James Van Allen recommended a safer passage through the eponymous radiation belt would be to exit via the poles. In September 2014, Vintage Space, a website hosted by Amy Tietel, posted a video. In this video, she states that the Apollo missions threw right through the belts, but she does not show a diagram in which the path appears to miss the inner belt thought to be the most dangerous. Then, in 2017, we have two new posts, once again Amy Tietel, and the second from Curious Droid. Curious Droid is a website hosted by Paul Shalito, which is dedicated to investigating matters related to aerospace, space, robotics, transportation technology, and other similar technical subjects. Now, both these latter videos suggest that the Apollo missions took a northerly route when leaving the Earth and a southerly route when returning, so as to avoid the worst of the Van Allen radiation belts. I have researched in vain to find any NASA documentation of the supposedly polar trajectory to the moon taken by the Apollo missions. The first reference that I can find to the diagram shown by Curious Droid is in this NASA Space Math, page 7, of unknown date, but first detected on the Wayback Machine on August 20th, 2008. For those who are unfamiliar with the Wayback Machine, it is a digital archive of the World Wide Web and other information on the Internet created by Internet Archive, a non-profit organization based in San Francisco, California, USA. It only randomly samples Internet sites, so it is not guaranteed to detect every site. The diagram that is shown is the Space Math paper, which was produced by scientists from the NASA Combined Release and Radiation Effects Satellites CRRES, which was launched in 1990. This shows a schematic diagram of the Van Allen radiation belts, to which has been added the supposed route of the Apollo missions, which just about misses the inner radiation belt. The idea in the Space Math site was for students to calculate the amount of radiation that the astronauts would have received if they would have taken the route shown by the thick black line. Radiation levels were given for each of the colors. It is clear that this Space Math paper was the source of Curious Droid's diagram, as could be seen by comparing this diagram to snapshots taken from the Curious Droid video. He shows the suggested routes of the Apollo missions outbound to the moon and inbound back to Earth. I can only assume that Curious Droid added these routes, as I cannot find any other source. We also have a snapshot of the supposed Apollo mission's path through the Van Allen belts from Amy Tietel's video. We have a further pro-NASA believer providing us with information on this translunar trajectory in 2009 by Robert Braenig. The figure above shows the Vintage Space website is taken from this Braenig paper. For some reason, this paper has now been deleted from the internet. So, according to the pro-NASA group, the Apollo missions took polar routes to avoid the worst of the Van Allen radiation belts. This is exactly what James Van Allen suggested. So, what is the problem? What is the problem? Well, I will now explain the problem. If we examine the original NASA documents from the 1960s, then we see no mention of the Apollo missions taking any polar route. In fact, quite the opposite. They all made the translunar burn and left the moon for a few degrees north or south of the equator, which would take them directly through the worst of the Van Allen radiation belts. Apollo 8 was the first manned mission to go to the moon, and therefore the astronauts were the first humans to traverse the Van Allen radiation belts. It is therefore pertinent to concentrate our investigation on this mission. Given that this was the first time man had traversed this most dangerous area of radiation, then surely the concerns of NASA would be reflected in the documentation produced at the time and the conversations that they had with astronauts during the mission. We can examine the NASA documents regarding the Apollo 8 mission and see what they said about the radiation risks, the path through the Van Allen radiation belt, and their conversations with the astronauts while and after they traversed this region. We have the following documents from the NASA archive. 1. Apollo 8 press release kit. 2. Apollo 8 flight plan volume 1. 3. Apollo 8 final flight evaluation report. 4. Apollo 8 flight transcripts. 5. Apollo 8 post-launch report. And 6. NASA translunar injection. Let us first examine the NASA press kit, which was released on 15 December 1968, just 6 days before the Apollo 8 launch. This press kit release shows clear diagrams of the orbit profile and the route to the moon. This document is unambiguous in that it shows the orbit profile as being over the Pacific Ocean, almost on the equatorial plane, for both outbound and inbound routes. This in stark contrast to the diagrams shown above by Vintage Space, Curious Droid, and Robert Braenig. Similarly, the Apollo 8 path to the moon is clearly close to the equatorial plane. Note that Braenig says in his deleted paper that this diagram should be disregarded as a not-to-scale drawing. It is not a matter of scale, but one of the Earth's orientation as clearly shown. Apollo 8 orbital profile. There is no mention of radiation in the flight plan of any polar route. The final flight evaluation report contains a list of 25 primary objectives and 12 secondary objectives. None of these objectives mention radiation measurements or any effect it may have on the astronauts. Similarly, there is nothing in the flight transcripts about the Van Allen belts or in the post-launch report. In addition, the NASA translunar injection figures show clearly that Apollo 8 enacted the translunar burn at altitude of 21.477, longitude minus 143.9242. From this latitude, a polar trajectory would be impossible. You will see similar latitudes and longitudes in this table for all Apollo missions that traverse the Van Allen radiation belts. Gerard White also discusses this question of the supposed polar trajectory and also concludes that the northerly path would be impossible given the launch from Florida. The original NASA documentation is unequivocal. It was not until the early 2000s that the idea of Apollo 8 taking a polar route was first mentioned by the pro-NASA group, and one cannot help thinking that this was only a reaction to the skeptics doubting that a safe passage was possible through the Van Allen radiation belts, as it appears to have been fabricated a long time after the event, in fact, more than 30 years after. These facts clearly demonstrate beyond any reasonable doubt that NASA faked the Apollo moon landings and needed to amend the story when their first version of events was cast into doubt. It seems that suddenly somewhere between 2005 and 2014, we have a group of pro-NASA supporters spreading this story of a special polar routes, the NASA source of which I am unable to find. But perhaps the most obvious proof of fakery and the lies NASA have been telling comes from the voice transcripts recorded on the missions. Let me first set the scenario again. Apollo 8 was to be the first flight of humans beyond the protective cocoon of the Earth's magnetosphere. NASA knew from James Allen's research about the probable effects and the dangers of radiation to the astronauts as they passed through this region to reach the moon. So you may think Mission Control would be concerned about the health of the astronauts. Well, it seems not. There is nothing, absolutely nothing in the voice transcripts mentioning radiation or the Van Allen belts. It is totally implausible that Mission Control did not ask the astronauts how they were feeling during and after they passed through the Van Allen radiation belts. This should have been a crucial consideration in that any medical or biological effects could have seriously impaired the functioning of the astronauts. The fact that there is absolutely nothing concerning their successful transit through the Van Allen radiation belts in the voice transcripts is clear proof positive that they did not venture to the moon. It was only later, many years after the event, that NASA needed to invent special paths through the radiation belt due to the concerns being voiced by the skeptics relating to radiation exposure of the astronauts. It also appears that Dr. James Van Allen himself had modified his views on the radiation danger shortly before he died in 2006, as is being suggested by the posting from moontruth.org. This email allegedly is from James Van Allen, and it reads, "Dear Mr. Lambert, in reply to your email, I sent you the following copy of a response that I wrote to another inquiry about 2 months ago. The radiation belts of Earth do indeed pose important constraints to the safety of human spaceflight. The very energetic tens of hundreds of MeV protons in the inner radiation belt are the most dangerous and the most difficult to shield against, specifically prolonged flights, example, one of many month duration of humans or other animals in orbit about the Earth must be conducted at altitudes less than about 250 miles in order to avoid significant radiation exposure. A person in the cabin of a space shuttle in a circular equatorial orbit in the most intense region of the inner radiation belt at an altitude of about 100,000 miles would be subjected to a fatal dose of radiation in about 1 week. However, the outbound and inbound trajectories of the Apollo spacecraft cut through the outer portions of the inner radiation belt, and because of their high speed, spent only about 15 minutes in traversing this region and less than 2 hours in traversing the most less penetrating radiation in the outer region belt. However, the outbound and inbound trajectories of the Apollo spacecraft cut through the outer portions of the inner belt, and because of their high speed, spent only about 15 minutes in traversing this region and less than 2 hours in traversing the much less penetrating radiation in the outer radiation belt. The resulting radiation exposure for the round trip was less than 1% of a fatal dosage, a very minor risk among the far greater risks of such flights. I made such estimates in the early 1960s and so informed NASA engineers who were planning the Apollo flights. These estimates are still reliable. The recent Fox TV show, which I saw, is an ingenious and entertaining assemblage of nonsense. The claim that radiation exposure during the Apollo missions would have been fatal to the astronauts is only one example of such nonsense. James Van Allen. The point being made by moontruth.org is that Dr. Van Allen never recanted his findings in a scientific paper, but only in an alleged email supposedly from him later in life. The fact is that scientists publish findings in journals, not in emails. The page goes on to suggest that Dr. Van Allen said that this nonsense is in an email, possibly under duress or threats. We do not know if the email was really from him or the NSA intercepting emails. He discovered a fatal radiation belt and then says it's nonsense? Nonsense? He never published any papers or article discounting his previous experiments or results. The Van Allen belt is a major obstacle to moon landings. He would have to speak against NASA and most Americans. He would need very strong internal fortitude. The quote above are the words of moontruth.org, not the authors. We can see more of NASA's flagrant disregard for the dangers of radiation on the astronauts from the Apollo 8 Final Flight Evaluation Report, April 1969. This report lists the 25 primary mission objectives and 12 secondary mission objectives. It is of interest to note that none of these objectives is related to radiation exposure or the astronaut survival. Everything is covered in the smallest detail, but nothing of radiation or the health of the astronauts. This is very revealing in that as the first trip of the astronauts through the Van Allen radiation belts, then the assessment of radiation exposure would be one of the primary or at least secondary objectives, but seemingly not. This is a further proof that NASA did not send astronauts through the Van Allen radiation belts, otherwise it would clearly or surely have been mentioned, particularly as they belatedly now say that the Apollo missions took a polar route. One more indication that the Apollo missions did not venture to the moon, as is revealed in Bart Sabrell's interview with Alan Bean. This is an extract from the moonmovie.com video entitled "No Way Out, Impassable Van Allen Belts and NASA Lies."
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did.
Just to recap the role of astronaut Alan Bean, he was the lunar module pilot on Apollo 12, which supposedly landed on the moon on 19 November 1969. This video interview by Bart Sabrell is very revealing. Alan Bean initially stated that he was not sure Apollo 12 had gone far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts on his way to the moon. Sabrell reminds him that the Van Allen belts start at about 100,000 miles out and extend to 25,000 miles out. Bean then states that he must have gone through them with no ill effects. Alan Bean further surprisingly states that he didn't think anyone knew about the radiation belts. Given the fact that NASA is now at pains to tell us that the Apollo missions took a special polar route to avoid the Van Allen radiation belts, then Alan Bean's answer is dumbfounding. As an astronaut on the Apollo missions, he should have been very well versed on the journey that they were about to take, so his lack of knowledge on the Van Allen radiation belts is totally implausible. Later in the interview, he comments on the shooting stars that the astronauts encountered on the shuttle mission when they were 365 miles above the Earth. He describes that they saw similar shooting stars on the Apollo 12 mission and states that they are cosmic rays hitting the back of the eye. Bean then contradicts himself totally when he says that they didn't see them on the Apollo 12 mission because they hadn't been discovered then, a totally unbelievable statement. He then goes on to recontradict himself again when he says that he saw these shooting stars whilst on the moon. The fact that an astronaut presumably fully trained for the Apollo 12 mission could be so ill-informed is totally implausible. It is just another example that NASA did not at the time pay much attention to the radiation hazards to the astronauts, as they did not, in reality, go to the moon. There can be no other plausible explanation. Apollo launch windows. Before we end this chapter, just a few more words on the trajectory business. The determination of launch windows is a complex task involving the motion of the Earth and the Moon around the Sun, as shown in the NASA video from 1967. It is not as simple as taking off whenever you choose, and in any direction you choose like Flash Gordon. This question of the pro-NASA supporters belatedly suggests a polar trajectory is interesting is that it may not even be feasible. The main point to be made is that the translunar injection can only be made when it is in line with the antipode, so it cannot avoid the Van Allen belts, nor could any other path be taken because it would not connect to the Moon's path for the designated landing site without the addition of substantially more fuel and time. Similarly, this paper from the Apollo Flight Journal on the Apollo lunar landing launch windows states that there may be factors and constraints involved as described by Robert Wheeler. You can also view the discussion on the Collected Space Forum, which appears to state that the translunar burn to take the astronauts to the Moon would have taken place over the Pacific or Atlantic Oceans. We can also examine the NASA Technical Report TND 780, Apollo Experience Report Protection Against Radiation, published in March 1973. This report discusses the radiation protection and specifically mentions the Van Allen radiation belts, but makes no mention of any polar route taken to minimize the radiation level experienced by the astronauts. This is implausible, as the paper is all about reducing the radiation risk for the astronauts. There is also a video by Jera White in which he states that the Apollo missions could not have taken any polar route. He notes that the Apollo missions were all launched from Florida. It would not have been possible for them to reach the polar regions in such a short amount of time and with the limited fuel available. It is only possible to orbit the whole planet, so that they would need to slowly adjust the orbital path to reach the northern trajectory. In fact, it would take several days to attain a polar orbit, and this they did not do. It is really beyond any reasonable doubt that NASA never sent any astronauts through the Van Allen radiation belt. It appears that it was not a great consideration at the time, as the public's knowledge of such scientific matters was very limited and something that they thought would never be a problem. Of course, NASA could not have anticipated the internet or the rise of public awareness of such matters, so they have needed after the event to fabricate cover stories to explain this omission. The historical documents demonstrates this beyond any reasonable doubts. Finally, we have this diagram taken from the NASA report HQ MA 68-7193 dated 30 October 1968 on page 14D. Note that the Apollo 8 was launched just 7 weeks later on 21st December 1968. This diagram is unequivocal in that it shows the translunar burn having taken place on the equator. Conclusions. The evidence that we have seen in this video so far amounts to convincing proof that NASA never sent any astronauts to the moon. In reality, it would appear that radiation was a detail in the fakery that was not covered well enough to avoid later detection. It is totally implausible that the radiation hazard was not all documented in the press release or the technical documents produced pre- and post-flight. Of particular importance is the evidence from the voice transcripts of the missions is that no mention is made of radiation, Van Allen belts, or the astronauts' health. This is so improbable if the moon missions were real and just appears to be an oversight by NASA in the construction of the fakery. The belated story that the Apollo missions took a polar route to avoid the worst of the Van Allen belts only appears to be in the early 2000s, presumably after much speculation from skeptics that the missions could not have passed through the Van Allen belts and the astronauts survived. This evidence shows that this route was not even possible due to a launch window constraint, not to mention the time and the fuel requirements. Such a route would have required considerable extra fuel and more time, but this is something that was never allowed for. Also, in the most total lack of knowledge about the Van Allen radiation belt shown by the Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean clearly shows that NASA never thoroughly briefed the astronauts on this matter. Without a doubt, they would have surely done this if the Apollo missions were really going to the moon and the astronauts' lives were in danger. You may be wondering why NASA would need to fabricate such a long story after the events. After all, they have published evidence to show that the radiation levels endured by Apollo astronauts were absolutely minimal and that no astronauts suffered any radiation illnesses later in life. So it may appear that NASA had the situation under control and that the fakery had been accepted. It may appear strange that prior to the Apollo missions, the Van Allen radiation belts were viewed as a potential hazardous danger, and NASA discussed protection against radiation, although they did little in that respect. Then, during the Apollo missions, it was shown that the astronauts suffered only minimal radiation effects equivalent to a simple X-ray. Now, in the Orion project, radiation is again seen by NASA as a major issue. So what happened? Did the Van Allen radiation belts disappear during the Apollo missions and now suddenly reappear? As NASA's next mission was to be to Mars, the radiation may well be a problem, as an X-ray a week for a minimum of 18 months journey would not be good for any astronaut. This is now all changed with President Trump's declaration that NASA must return to the moon, not Mars, by 2024. This may well reveal NASA's deceit as going back to the moon may not be as easy as NASA made it look during the Apollo missions. Back then, it was no problem to send an astronaut to the moon in a thin aluminum box wearing a nylon suit, and they accomplished that in just 8 years, starting from virtually nothing. By 2024, the Orion project will have been in development for 20 years, starting with much more advanced technology, so the moon by 2024 should not be a problem for NASA. I suspect it will be more difficult to fake it this time, as every skeptic will be watching very closely. We will see in 4 years' time. It may well be that NASA already knows more than it has published about the radiation levels in the Van Allen radiation belts that could possibly demonstrate that it would have been impossible for humans to traverse these belts in the Apollo craft and survive. Conversely, it may be a pre-cover story just in case an impossibility was discovered in future that could clearly expose the fakery. In either case, NASA was not able to amend historical records which clearly and unambiguously show the near-equatorial translunar burn and trajectory for each of the Apollo missions. Instead, NASA cleverly devised the children's space math paper showing a new northerly route through the Van Allen belts without making any statement. The diagram shown was only produced after 1990 when the CREST satellite was launched. This fake story was embellished and subsequently propagated by the pro-NASA devotees. It is now assumed the false attribute of established fact and is repeated over and over by the pro-NASA group. It is often said that the first lie is the easiest, but subsequent lies to cover the first lie become increasingly more challenging. But let NASA have the last word on radiation outside low Earth orbit for now. In a BBC Newsnight interview with NASA Chief Scientist Dr. Ellen Stofan, who is the principal advisor to the NASA administrator, aired in November 2014, she said, "NASA's focus now is on sending humans beyond low Earth orbit to Mars. We are trying to develop the technologies to get there. It is actually a huge technological challenge. There are a couple of really big issues. For one thing, radiation. Once you get outside the Earth's magnetic field, we are going to be exposing the astronauts to not just radiation coming from the sun, but also to cosmic radiation. That's a higher dose than we think humans right now should really get." This is a very revealing statement in several ways. NASA is undoubtedly the one organization in the world who should have extensive information on the radiation levels outside Earth's protective magnetosphere. Not only have they sent numerous unmanned probes through this region, which presumably had radiation detectors on board, but they also claim that they sent 27 Apollo astronauts outside Earth's protective magnetosphere. According to the NASA data, the radiation effects on these astronauts were minimal, less than my annual CT scan, so one has to ponder why now it is seen as a really big issue. NASA now tell us about the difficulties of providing radiation protection to the astronauts, but the obvious question is, did they do this for the Apollo missions? I think the only conclusion one could make is that the Apollo astronauts never traveled outside Earth's magnetosphere, and now NASA are faced with the problem of supposedly repeating the missions to the moon without killing the astronauts. I am personally very doubtful that humans could travel into space with the present technology. And nothing is but what is not. William Shakespeare, Macbeth. In this chapter, I will present several irrefutable proofs that the NASA Apollo moon landings were faked. Although NASA did a commendable job in the 1960s to produce such a convincing fake, it was just not good enough to avoid detection under serious analysis. Remember that back in the 1960s there was no CGI or much in the way of special effects technology. It all had to be achieved using models and captured directly into the camera. Given this, we can only admire the people who worked on this project of deceit for their undoubted skill. Looking at the moon. We all know how the moon looks when viewed from Earth, but what would it look like if we were standing on its surface? This was the first problem that NASA needed to solve if they were really going to fake the moon landings. Naturally, they had a certain amount of leeway given that nobody else knew either. They did have some grainy black and white photographs from the Surveyor probe which landed on the moon in 1966 to 1968 to guide them. In 1966, NASA launched the Lunar Orbiter program, a series of unmanned satellites in orbit around the moon, specifically to photograph the lunar surface and identify suitable landing sites for the Apollo missions. In all, a total of 5 lunar orbiters were launched between 1966 and 1967. The cameras on these satellites used a dual lens system and photographed almost all of the near side of the lunar surface with a claimed resolution of 60 meters. NASA used these detailed photographs to create large-scale models of the total moon, parts of the moon, and sophisticated simulators in which the astronauts could realistically practice moon landings. I can well imagine that if you are obsessed with a serious, compelling intention to go land on the moon and to walk about, then it may be wise to have a little practice before setting off. NASA even created an actual full-size copy of the Apollo landing site, the Sea of Tranquility, in North Arizona by blasting craters out of volcanic rock. In total, they created 47 craters of between 5 and 40 feet in diameter designed to duplicate a full-scale replica of the Apollo 11 landing site. You can still see it on Google Earth if you search for Cinder Lake, Arizona. Ostensibly, this was to test out the lunar rover, but you may wonder, why did they need an exact replica of the Apollo 11 landing site when the lunar rover was only scheduled for missions 15, 16, and 17? The craters today have been very much reduced both in scale and in perceptibility due to the site being used by public thrill seekers as a ready-made and excitingly unusual off-road driving experience. You may think that you are looking at the surface of the moon, but this is entirely man-made here on Earth. In fact, several crater fields were made in Arizona as described in this paper from David A. Kring. If NASA were to create a complete fake stage set on which to film the Apollo footage, then they needed to have a realistic topographical detail of the landing sites in order to be convincing. These detailed stereoscopic photographs from the orbiter satellite provided the detailed image data with which to create these training sets here on Earth. They then used this data to construct several large models of the Moon and much more detailed models of particular areas of the Moon, notably the planned Apollo landing sites, in order to familiarize and train the astronauts. The success of the hoax depended upon the accuracy of these models. These following images were obtained from the NASA archives and show some of the extremely large-scale models that NASA constructed based on the lunar orbiter photographs. Front screen projection. We are now going to examine a short movie. It is the opening scene, The Dawn of Man, from Stanley Kubrick's acclaimed movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. Did you notice anything? No? I don't mean to put you on the spot. The apes were really humans dressed in furry suits and just pretending to be apes. It is more about the scenery, not the actors, so watch again. You will see that the picture appears to be in two separate pieces, the foreground and the distant scenery beyond it. You will notice that there is a horizontal line which separates the two, as indicated here in the outtake by the black superimposed line. Here we have another example taken from the same movie, again with a dividing line between the real foreground and the projected background image shown in white. The dividing line has been added to show the join more clearly. Below this line is a real stage set, while above the line we have a projected image. This line is often referred to as the Kubrick horizontal and is the indisputable fingerprint signature of the front screen projection technique. The technique of front screen projection was invented by Philip B. Palmquist, who, while working at the 3M Corporation, received a patent on the technology, also won an Academy Award for the invention. It was first experimented with shortly after the invention of Scotch light in 1949 and had appeared in feature films by 1963 when the Japanese horror film Mantago used it for its yacht scenes. This technique was used by Stanley Kubrick in the making of 2001: A Space Odyssey, and as we shall soon discover, it was later used extensively by NASA to fake the Apollo moon landing footage. This technique is shown and explained in the making of documentary of the 1970 sci-fi film Silent Running, which was directed by Douglas Trumbull. At time 3151 to 3633, Trumbull describes how the front screen projection system works. Note that Douglas Trumbull was a special effects supervisor for Stanley Kubrick on the 2001: A Space Odyssey movie. We will encounter Douglas Trumbull again later in our story. Another explanation of front screen projection is shown in this video from Shanks FX PBS Digital Studios. An illustration of the front screen projection setup is shown in this diagram. A two-way mirror is used at an angle of 45 degrees to the screen. A camera is then positioned to record the live action, and a projector beams the pre-recorded image onto the mirror. The mirror is used to bring the two images together to create the illusion that it is one scene. Hopefully, we all now understand the importance of the Kubrick horizontal and its relationship to front screen projection techniques. If the Kubrick horizontal can be discerned in a photograph or video, then it is almost always proof that the front screen projection technique has been used and the resulting scene must have been faked. We can examine the Apollo photographs and videos to look for evidence of the front screen projection technique being employed. Apollo and the Kubrick horizontal. We will now study some of the Apollo photographs and examine them for the telltale fingerprint signature of the front screen projection process. First, we will examine NASA's photograph taken from Apollo 17. This is a clear Kubrick horizontal in this photograph as indicated by the white line in the following photograph. Below this line, the foreground is the real stage set, while above the line we are seeing a projected image, most probably a painted image, which is extremely matte. There is no question that this is the telltale fingerprint of front screen projection. We can detect this Kubrick horizontal in most of the NASA Apollo images and videos. I did say that if the Kubrick horizontal can be discerned in a photograph or video, then it is almost always proof of the front screen projection technique. I say almost always because there are some exceptions and some quite genuine photographs or videos that can sometimes show such a line between the foreground and the background. For example, if you stand on one side of the Grand Canyon and take a photograph of the view, but get your side of the canyon at the bottom of the picture, then it will look like there is a cubic horizontal in your genuine photograph. This photograph is a real photograph of the Grand Canyon, which has the white line added showing the separation between the front scenery and the distant background. This photograph could be mistakenly assumed to have a cubic horizontal, but it is a genuine photograph. However, such photographic composition is very exceptional and usually only occurs if you are situated on some plateau. Here we have another example from the Apollo 15 mission, which landed in the Hadley Apennine region or high mountains. Again, we see the clear fingerprint of the front screen projection. This quite unmistakable cubic horizontal is clear, indisputable evidence of the NASA fakery. On occasions, they used a false cubic horizontal in the projected image, presumably to try and disguise the real cubic horizontal. For example, look at this moonscape taken by the camera on the lunar rover on Apollo 17. In this screenshot, you can see a real foreground and the actual cubic horizontal, then what appears to be a second cubic horizontal, which is in fact just a part of the projected background. I have placed a short black line at the edges to indicate the lines. It is used on several missions, but in my opinion, rather than disguise the real cubic horizontal, it just focuses your eye on it. NASA did not use front screen projection in all cases. For example, it does not appear to have been used on Apollo 11, as we can see from this panorama shown on www.panorama.dk. Of particular interest is the panorama shown on Apollo 17, in which the cubic horizontal is so patently obvious across the complete panorama. One thing to note is that the painted projected backgrounds did slightly improve in the later Apollo missions as more detailed shading was added to the painting backdrops, but even so, the backgrounds are plain and featureless. I mentioned above that the Apollo 11 panoramic photographs did not appear to have involved the front screen projection technique. It could well be that it was the first Apollo mission which was chosen to land in a relatively flat area of the moon, the Sea of Tranquility. Then perhaps they concluded that there were no distant mountains to show. However, an analysis of the Apollo 11 photography by Andreas Marquis, posted on the ALICE.com website, conclusively proves that the photographs cannot have been carried out on the moon, but must have been taken on some studio set. The author concludes, "In a real environment, this limited visibility would only be possible from an 8,600 meter high platform with no visible mountains in the neighborhood of 170 kilometers. All of this fits with neither to the moon in general nor to the Sea of Tranquility in particular. But it does correspond perfectly with these images having been created in a studio environment where they can only see a limited surface area, the equivalent of an illuminated foreground in the recreations. Therefore, this study concludes that the Apollo 11 still photography images and the live TV coverage must have been taken in a studio on Earth. Again, we have another undeniable proof that the Apollo 11 photography and supposedly live TV transmissions were not made from the moon. There is also the proof of the NASA fakery in the live TV transmission made on July 20th, 1969. As it was the first moon landing, and presumably NASA was not sure that the fake would be undetectable, and purposefully used very low quality black and white video. To disguise any errors further, they did not supply the TV companies with a direct feed, but made them film from a large projection screen. Watch this video from time 35 to time 3650. Notice that as the camera pans around the stage set, a pool of lights follow the camera as though a light is attached on the top of the camera. If you look closely, you will see that this light also illuminates the black background, which is supposedly the blackness of space, but is in fact the projection screen. The light source not only illuminates the surface of the moon, but also the background screen, as you can see a clear circular pool of light. In a relatively flat area, the surface of the moon should be evenly lit by the sun, but is clearly not. There is no question that this video has been faked in a studio. Stage set. There is no doubt that we are dealing with a sizable stage set. I estimate that the stage set was very large, circular in nature, with a radius of about 250 to 300 meters, as can be roughly judged from the location of the cubic horizontal in many of NASA's videos. The size of the stage has also been estimated using a method of stereoscopic parallax by Oleg Olenek, posted on the ALICE website. The method is based on the fact that with stereoscopic images, the background should not show any parallax movement, but he demonstrates that it does. So the conclusion must be that these cannot be real photographs taken on the moon. He estimates the distance on the Apollo 15 mission to the mountain range as being less than 300 meters and not the supposed 5 kilometers if the photograph was real. This first analysis by Olenek is very revealing in several ways. First, using stereoscopic parallax on several Apollo panoramic photographs, he firmly concludes that the photographs must have been taken on some stage set and could not have been taken on the moon. Secondly, he examines the horizontal stereoscopic effect and again concludes that the photographs must have been taken on a stage set. Finally, he examines the distortion grid of the background lunar landscape using a method of digital distortion to the sections of the image, which he says, this method can determine the nature of simulation of any background landscape. For example, build a distortion grid and inspect it. Obviously, if the distortion grid has a curved surface, then it corresponds to a projection at the rear of the circular panorama scene, creating a simulation of a remote background scape on the projection screen. Instead of taking pictures in a remote landscape, the astronauts take pictures of a foreground with the background projected onto the screen. This method is rather complex, but suffice it is to say that from this method, he can roughly estimate the radius of the circular panorama screen by a distortion grid. From this, he confirms the fact that the lunar landscape was projected onto a forward-tilted, slightly convex panorama background screen. He concludes that the study of stereoscopic effect in the photographs that he analyzes shows that these images do not contain distant objects further than a few hundred meters away. In particular, he states, the Apollo 15 photographic record contradicts the stereoscopic parallax verification method. The apparent change in the relative positions of objects by the moving of the camera when the camera angles are separated by several tens of centimeters show that 1. The distance to distant objects, such as mountains, is not tens of kilometers, but is no more than a few hundred meters. 2. The landscape is not continuous, but with clear lines of separation. And 3. There is movement between nearby sections of the panorama relative to the other sections. Thus, based on these 3 examples, this study concludes that the Apollo 15 photographic record does not depict real lunar landscapes with distant backgrounds located more than a kilometer away from the camera. These pictures were, without a doubt, taken in a studio setup 300 meters in size. A complex panorama mimicking the landscape shows degrees of movement, such as horizontal and vertical changes, to give an impression of imagery distance to the objects and perspective. In conclusion, the detailed analysis of the Apollo moon photographs by Oleg Olenek is just one more irrefutable example of proof that the Apollo moon missions were totally faked. There has been much criticism of the moonscapes shown in the NASA photographs and videos. Basically, they do not look real, but more like poorly painted images which are bland and with no detail. We have already seen telltale evidence of the Kubrick horizontal in most of the videos and photographs, but let us look in more detail to confirm our suspicions. First of all, we will examine a couple of the panoramas taken by the Apollo TV camera mounted on the lunar rover module for the Apollo 16 posted on YouTube by pro-NASA Bertie Slack. Again, we see the same nonsensical, bland featureless scenery which NASA hopes will convince us all that we are actually seeing the moon. I confess that I have never visited the moon, but to my mind, seeing the photographs of the moon, it should look better than this fabricated imagery produced by the Devton studio team. Instead, NASA wants us to believe that this panorama, as shown on the TV camera of the Apollo 16, was actually taken on the moon. A total featureless landscape which is devoid of any significant detail. It shows an almost smooth surface, almost empty of any rock and debris and craters. If you think that I am being unfairly too sensitive in showing the above image, take a look at all the full panoramas. We have further evidence, if it were indeed needed, in this excellent video by Ted Aranda posted on the ApolloMoonHoax.net website. Unfortunately, the video is a full 4 hours long, but thankfully I do ask you to take a look and watch all of it, as I have extracted the relevant parts of this video into several separate videos with the author's permission. Having said that, if you have the time, then it is well worth watching the entire video. The video can be found on www.apollomoonhoax.net. The main video deals with the visions of the moon that were shown to us by NASA. Ted Aranda shows us how fragmented the moon's surface should be based on the photography taken by the lunar orbiters. He then goes on to look at several of the individual Apollo landing sites and examines what we are shown by NASA. Apollo 14 landing site. He first comments on the featureless landscapes devoid of any significant craters or boulders that are claimed by NASA as being seen on the moon. He then goes on to look in detail at the Apollo 14 landing site. Apollo 14 landed in the Frau-Moreau Formation, which is a hilly area with hills several hundreds of feet high. He explains that one stated objective of this Apollo mission was to visit a crater known as Cone Crater. He provides evidence that there is no such crater and that the image has been doctored with this non-existent crater. By examining pre-Apollo images of the moon, he finds that there is no evidence of Cone Crater. I personally do not understand why NASA should have done this. He examines the EVA to Cone Crater and notes some strange reasons given by the astronauts why they never found the alleged Cone Crater. He also notes that the panorama taken close to the supposed Cone Crater shows a distinct cubic horizontal across the entire panorama. There is no question, given the distinct cubic horizontal, that this photography and video on Apollo 14 is fake and definitely not taken on the moon. There cannot be a cubic horizontal, as they are not on a plateau but on the side of a mountain. Apollo 15 landing site. Apollo 15 landed at the northern end of the Apennine Mountains close to Hadley Rill. The Apennine region contains some of the tallest mountains on the moon. Ted Aranda shows us photographs of mountains here on Earth of similar size to those in Apollo 15 landing area on the moon as a comparison of what we should see. He notes that Mount Hadley is 4.5 kilometers tall, so taller than Mount Everest here on Earth, which is 4.2 kilometers high, but what do we see in the Apollo imagery is only a gray featureless rounded bump of a hill. Ted Aranda is perhaps more accurate to call it a featureless blob. Also, note the distinct cubic horizontal in the following photograph. He goes on to examine the even worse photographs of Hadley Rill and St. George Crater, which are verging on the comical. There is absolutely no question that these videos and photographs were not taken on the moon. What truly amazes me is that sensible people can be so indoctrinated to view these photographs and videos and convince themselves that they are really looking at the surface of the moon. It is beyond comprehension. There is no weathering due to rain or wind on the moon to produce rounded shapes of the mountains as portrayed by NASA. The only weathering would possibly be by rock fracture due to cycles of extreme heat and cold, that this would only produce very fragmented and craggy mountains as we clearly observe in the orbiter satellite images. The majority of the NASA moonscapes are devoid of any significant features except a few rounded depressions and the occasional odd rock, not much better than your local supermarket parking lot. The NASA artist who painted these background scenes for the moon certainly got it wrong, or maybe he just had a bad day at the office. I suspect that the background scenes were painted from the artist's view of the NASA moon models. Apollo 16 landing site. This Apollo mission supposedly landed close to the Descartes Mountains. Ted Aranda compares the NASA satellite photograph of this area with pre-Apollo satellite photograph images and concludes that the NASA released photograph had been doctored. He notes 14 discrepancies between the two photographs. I am not entirely convinced by his argument, as the pre-Apollo satellite photograph is of an extremely low resolution. On Apollo 16, the astronauts had the lunar rover, so were able to cover great distances in their EVAs. The astronauts supposedly drove right up to the edge of North Ray Crater, which has a diameter of 950 meters and is 270 meters deep, but this is what NASA wants us to believe is the crater, together with a close-up of the crater. The far side of the crater is supposed to be 1 kilometer away, but you can still see the rocks on the far side. There is no way that a human eye could resolve the small or even large rocks at a 1 kilometer distance. It is also supposed to be almost 1 kilometer wide. Clearly, the NASA artist had a problem with scale. Ted Aranda makes a valid comparison with Meteor Crater in Arizona, USA, which has similar dimensions, although 60% as deep as the North Ray Crater. There is no comparison between the pathetic NASA attempt to depict North Ray Crater as a real crater. See in Meteor Crater how it would be impossible to resolve individual rocks on the far side of the crater? He concludes that the evidence presented by NASA on the Apollo 16 mission is pure and simple fakery. It is just one more proof that the Apollo missions were deviously faked by NASA. Apollo 17 landing site. This mission landed in the Taurus Littrow Valley area adjacent to the Sea of Serenity. Again, Ted Aranda expresses his doubts about the authenticity of the NASA photograph of the landing site. It may well be that this true but pre-Apollo photograph he uses for comparison is a very low resolution, so it is hard to discern the detail. The astronauts supposedly visited Camelot Crater, which is about half the size of Meteor Crater that we discussed in the Apollo 16 landing examination above. This is the NASA photograph showing the crater supposedly taken by the astronauts. Ted Aranda notes that the same problems that he saw in Apollo 16, the crater shown is far too small to be half a kilometer across. You can judge the scale from the lunar rover parked on the left. Also, note once again the cubic horizontal in this panorama and the fact that you can see individual rocks on the far side of the crater. We also have an investigation by Colin Rourke in a paper posted on the Allis.com website. In this analysis, he looks at 3 photographs from Apollo 15 showing Mons Hadley. The fact that this outline of Mons Hadley is identical in all 3 photographs, even though they were taken from different angles, leads him to conclude that the photographs must have been faked. There simply cannot be any dispute that the NASA videos and photographs were not really made on the moon. I often wonder why I managed to believe in NASA's story for almost 50 years. I think the simple reason is because I blindly accepted whatever NASA published as being the truth without any further research. The fact that NASA could make such a monumentous deceit was just too unthinkable and perhaps also impossible to imagine. I believe that this must have been the position of most genuine believers. I use the word genuine as I can well imagine that the hard-line pro-NASA devotees are somewhat disingenuous in their support of NASA. It has even been suggested that in many quarters that some of these ardent NASA fans are the purse of NASA, but that is pure speculation. Problems orbiting the moon. If you need further proof that the Apollo missions were a hoax, then view on. I am indebted to Pascal Xavier for one of the painstaking analysis provided in this section. The command module, with the lunar module still attached, enters moon orbit in preparation for the moon landing. The 2 craft separate, the lunar module descends to the moon while the command module stays in orbit. This is the orbit of the command module, which is well documented and shown in the NASA videos. It is this orbit of the command module, which is well documented and shown in the video by NASA, that further exposes the hoax. First, we will need to familiarize ourselves with a little science. When a spacecraft is in orbit around the moon, the spacecraft is subject to 2 competing forces. The first is the gravitational attraction between the spacecraft and the moon, which pulls the spacecraft downwards towards the moon's surface. The second is the centrifugal force caused by the spacecraft traveling at speed in orbit around the moon. Let's have a quick look at these forces. The first force, gravity, diminishes according to the square of the distance as given by Newton's law on universal gravitation, first published on 5 July 1687. The formula published is F equals G m1 m2 over r squared, where F is the gravitational force acting between 2 objects, m1 is the mass of object 1, m2 is the mass of object 2, r is the distance between the centers of their masses, and g is the gravitational constant. So the farther apart the 2 objects are, the lesser the gravitational pull. The second force is the centrifugal force caused by the object rotating around a center. No doubt you are all familiar with the swinging of a bucket of water over your head, and thankfully the water does not fall out of the bucket as it passes overhead. The water is being held in the bucket by the centrifugal force. Unlike gravity, which diminishes according to the inverse square of the distance, this force is linear relative to the distance, but depending on the speed of rotation. This force pushes the spacecraft away from the moon. It is these two competing forces which affect the orbital dynamics. Note that as the spacecraft's orbit gets closer to the moon, then the gravity increases, and therefore to maintain the balanced forces, the speed of the orbit needs to be increased in order to increase the centrifugal force. The question is, what would the command module look like when orbiting the moon? Like this? In fact, no. That is the way you have seen it in the diagrams, cartoons, or in the movies. In the case of the command module, it would orbit in a vertical configuration, either with the nose down, or like this with its nose up away from the moon's surface, or like this with the nose down toward the moon, or it should be either nose down towards the moon or nose up away from the moon, but which one? So let us now look at the detailed masses of the three components of the command module: the crew capsule, the service module, and the rocket skirt. The corresponding weights of each component are as follows. The crew capsule, 12,250 pounds, the service module, 35,000 pounds, and the rocket skirt, 220 pounds. We can clearly see that the center of mass is such that the spacecraft would orient itself with its nose down towards the moon due to the pull of gravity on the center of mass shown by the center of mass line. This is similar to what we saw with the Earth tidally locked to the moon. So what we know is that the Apollo command module would orbit the moon with its nose down. That is simple science. But look at the NASA photograph of the Apollo 11 CSM supposedly orbiting the moon. It is clearly shown orbiting with the capsule's nose upward away from the moon. However, it could be that NASA changed its mind since 1969 and perhaps considers the command module should orbit with its nose down, as shown from the NASA Scientific Visualization Studio published in 2018. It had to be in this orientation to enable the astronauts to take the now iconic photographs of the Earthrise over the moon. Had they been orbiting nose up, as shown in 1969, they would have been staring out into space and would not have seen the Earth rise over the moon at all. All we can summarize is that NASA was somehow confused in 1967 about the dynamics of the situation, but was eager to correct it later. If we need further proof that NASA got the video of the Apollo 11 command module orbiting the moon nose up, as shown in the video, then we could take a look at the photograph taken by Michael Collins as he orbited the moon in the CSM. If Collins was orbiting the moon in the command module with the nose up, then he would have been staring into deep space and not down towards the moon, as shown in this famous photograph of the Earth majestically rising above the moon, supposedly taken by Collins from the command module. This is more indisputable evidence of the NASA confusion in the fakery. Did you closely watch the video of Apollo 11 orbiting the moon and notice something else rather strange? The first question you may have is what or who is taking the video? Well, there can only be one answer to that question. The lunar module is the only other spacecraft in the vicinity, but why is it so much higher than the command module? It has detached from the command module for its descent towards the moon, so why did it rise up higher than the command module? We know that the command module did not descend, as according to NASA it was in a fixed orbit around the moon. Even stranger still is the way in the video that the lunar module, which we must assume is taking the video, manages to stay precisely above the command module as they both orbit the moon. The lunar module is in a higher orbit, so it cannot be traveling at the same speed as the command module for such a long time as shown in the video. Once again, we have conclusive proof that this video is a total fake and was not taken on the moon. Whoever devised this fake video sequence certainly did not understand the basic orbital mechanics. Some moon landing skeptics even suggest that these inconsistencies were deliberately added by whistleblowers. The lunar module. The Apollo lunar module, more properly called the Lunar Excursion Module or LEM, but also mostly referred to simply as the Lunar Module LM, was NASA's design for the spacecraft to land on the moon. It needed to make the powered descent to the moon to protect the astronauts while they were on the moon, and finally to bring the astronauts back to the Command and Service Module CSM, which had been patiently orbiting the moon. It was the most complicated and sophisticated spacecraft ever built for the Apollo missions. It was an entirely independent spacecraft with its own rocket motors, fuel, battery life support system, and navigation equipment. Now there are a few elements to this spacecraft that warrant our attention. It was the most improbable looking spacecraft that you could imagine. You only had to look at it and wonder about the design specification. It is perhaps the most crucial element of the entire Apollo mission as it performed some of the most difficult operations. It was built by Grumman Aircraft who encountered great difficulties in its design, so much so that it missed its planned first flight on Apollo 4 and instead first flew on the unmanned Apollo 5 flight. The design of the LM has attracted much criticism and even hilarity, as can be witnessed by these two YouTube hilarious videos by Antonio Subaret.
And of course, you have to shield the legs, because if you don't shield the legs, then something really bad will happen. Maybe the moon have extra corrosive qualities, and this has to be shielded like this, okay? Hey, you know that thing that you showed me the other day? Yes, let's put this on here. Yeah, it would be very funny, and people will think it's a sensor.
We also have a similar critical video from Tenoranda on our lunar module. He concludes that the haphazard nature of its construction looks more like a bad high school project. It has also been described as a homeless shelter after a hurricane. It is feasible that NASA, who could not construct a lunar module that could successfully work on Earth, would send astronauts in a totally untested spacecraft for them to try out on the moon? No, it is not. Amazingly, the USA flag decal appears to have been attached with some sort of sticky tape. At first, you must assume that this was attached by the astronauts when they were on the moon, but no, it actually flew like this all the way from Earth, as can be seen in this enlarged view of the Apollo 16 lunar module after separation from the CSM, already with the US flag decal attached with sticky tape. It is beyond comprehension that the USA flag decal would be simply attached by sticky tape and flown all the way to the moon without coming loose or falling off. The gold quality street type paper is claimed to be needed to insulate the lunar module from the heat generated by the sun. The question is, why only a part of the descent stage is so protected and there is not much protection for the ascent stage? Both the descent stage and the ascent stage both contain volatile fuel and batteries, so one would expect both to have been covered with gold mylar foil, but they are not. Also, if heat reflection was the goal, then why are some of these parts of the ascent stage covered with dark material which does resemble cardboard? Take a look at this sophisticated spacecraft as it comes back from the lunar surface to join the command and service module in orbit. It is hard to know what to think. Would you be happy to travel to your local supermarket in this thing? I can only assume that the people who designed this fakery thought it might be more authentic if it looked used after its journey to the moon. Perhaps they got a little over-enthusiastic in applying the used effect. One final observation of the lunar module was brought to my attention by Mark Lowe of Deep Thoughts Radio. It was something that I had never mentioned before. Take a close look at this photograph of the lunar module after it supposedly landed on the moon. Do you notice anything strange? Notice the rocket skirt, the gray bell-shaped thing hanging down from the lunar module. It looks pristine and new and does not look though it had been fired. Remember, the rocket flame reaches a temperature of 2000 Celsius, surely it would show some signs of burning, but the paintwork looks brand new. This is a close-up of the skirt which looks to be totally unused to me. The lunar module does not look as though it was in any way capable of landing on the moon, and the rocket of the descent stage does not appear to have been used. However, these facts in themselves do not prove that the moon landings were faked, but that it may give you an ample cause to wonder. Stage lighting. As mentioned above, the stage set would have required a higher degree of lighting than normal, as the videos were filmed in slow motion at 144 frames per second, which requires higher levels of lighting as the camera shutter is not open so long. This extra bright lighting would tend to wash out some of the detail, so it was likely that additional spotlighting of certain areas was required. In many of the Apollo photographs, it is even possible to discern the telltale signature of some of this additional spotlighting. The light from the sun should show roughly equal intensity on basically level ground, but we can detect instances in which this is not apparent. Look at this well-known photograph of Buzz Aldrin. A similar operation can be seen on NASA photograph AS11-40-5902, which again shows Buzz Aldrin standing by the lunar module on Apollo 11. Again, we see clear evidence of the infill lighting. There are many other strange things about the Apollo photographs which give us cause for concern. After Apollo 11 landed, astronaut Neil Armstrong took several photographs of the moon's surface to the horizon. The Apollo 11 lunar module landed basically on a flat part of the moon in the Sea of Tranquility. The horizontal in such place gives the curvature of the moon, and the height of the camera should be about 2.5 kilometers. Now take a look at one of Neil Armstrong's photographs. The NASA reference number is AS11-40-5857 high-res HR. Does this horizon look 2.5 kilometers away? If we look closely, we can even identify what appears to be small rocks right on the horizon. It would not be possible for the human eye or camera to resolve individual rocks at a range of 2.5 kilometers. Without doubt, this is a small stage set, perhaps only 250 meters to the horizon. One other thing to note about Apollo 11 is that they didn't appear to have used the front screen projection technique or to have the astronauts suspended on wires. Those enhancements were only used after the later missions, presumably after the techniques were developed. Images of the Apollo landing sites. We will now examine the supposed high-resolution photographs of the Apollo landing sites taken by the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter LRO. The LRO and the Lunar Sea Radar Observation and Sensing Satellite LCROSS were launched on the Atlas V rocket on 18 June 2009, taking 4 days to reach the Moon. The LRO made a three-dimensional map of the Moon's surface at 100-meter resolution with 98.2% covering, excluding polar regions in deep shadow, also supposedly including a 0.5-meter resolution images of the Apollo landing sites. It has always been claimed by both sides of the debate that the ultimate proof that the Apollo missions were real would be that the artifacts left on the Moon would still be there and could be photographed. NASA claims that they have done this with the LRO photographs of the Apollo landing sites. What I want to concentrate on here are the trails left by the astronauts' footprints and the tracks left by the lunar rover clearly display in the LRO photograph of the Apollo 17 landing site. I will only deal with Apollo 17, but similar observations relate to all 6 landing sites. Now, NASA had filmed this landing site at the ascent stage of the lunar module blasted off from the Moon back in 1972. The actual film on the landing site taken by the 35mm DAC camera mounted on the ascent stage starts at about 3 minutes into the video. Do you see any trails? Because I certainly don't. Now, after the doctored photos from the LRO were released in 2009, then the above video was enhanced by some magical process to produce a new version of a reoriented perspective in 2013. In this video, you can clearly see the trails. An even clearer version was incorporated into a new 2011 version, the Shoulders of the Giants video, first released in 1973. You can compare the original video of the blastoff with this new enhanced version. NASA also released a video comparing the original raw video with the contrast enhanced version. In this version, even the raw footage now miraculously has evidence of trails. I think the chronology of what happened can be summarized as follows. 1. NASA was under great pressure to try to prove the moon landings due to the many anomalies identified by the skeptics. 2. This led to the LRO exercise in 2009 and the intention to photograph the Apollo landing sites and the artifacts left by the astronauts, thus proving it was real. 3. The LRO photographs were falsely doctored to show the evidence, then released in 2009. And 4. NASA then needed to rework the original videos to also show the trails in 2011 to 13 and thus complete the evidence. There can be no question that this was more fakery. Why wait until after the LRO to remaster the original videos? This could have been done at any time in the previous 40 years. The LRO evidence, rather than proving Apollo was real, has only identified more fakery by NASA. Flags on the Moon. Another interesting observation of the LRO photographs is the evidence of the USA flags erected on the Moon by the astronauts. According to NASA, the LRO photographs prove that some of the flags are still standing. NASA claimed that the outstanding high-resolution images from the LRO show the flags from Apollo 12, 16, and 17 are still casting shadows on the lunar surface. When you examine the photographs, then you need a gigantic leap of faith to convince yourself that you are looking at flags casting shadows. We see nothing more than a few dark pixels. The resolution is that bad. To claim that these are shadows of the US flags left by the astronauts is really incredulous. These flags have been exposed to the moon's environment during alternate cycles of 14 days of scarring sunlight with 130 degrees Celsius heat and 14 days of freezing cold at minus 150 Celsius in the dark. Perhaps the most damaging would come from the intense ultraviolet UV radiation and the bombardment of micrometeorites on the nylon from which the Apollo flags were made. Even on Earth, a nylon flag flown in bright sunlight for considerably less than 40 years will quickly fade, become brittle, and totally disintegrate. This subject is treated very well by Gerald White. Conclusions. We have seen conclusive evidence that clearly demonstrates that the Apollo missions to the moon were faked. So what is our evidence? We have clearly detected the telltale signature of the front screen projection technique in almost all of the Apollo photographs and videos. We have seen that the supposed Apollo moonscapes shown by NASA are not always what we would expect given the evidence in the satellite imagery. The mountains are always shown as rounded sand dunes and not the fragmented craggy landscape we would expect. Ted Aranda has shown us many inconsistencies in the Apollo landing sites which reveal the fakery. Colin Rourke has also shown us NASA fakery in the photographs. We have shown the error made by NASA in its presentation of the Apollo 11 orbital attitude of the CSM in 1969. Further evidence came from the photographs taken by Michael Collins of the Earthrise. In order to take these photographs, the command module must have been orbiting nose down and not nose up, as shown in the NASA orbit video. This orbital error was only corrected in 2018 as a NASA visualization. We examined the haphazard design of the lunar module and its contradictory attempts at shielding from the heat of the sun. Furthermore, NASA was unable to build a lunar module here on Earth that worked successfully. It is not a matter of the different gravitational forces on the Earth or the Moon. It is simply a matter of the dynamic control of a vehicle balanced on a single rocket. The technology of the time could not achieve the minute control required. In fact, it is hard to even contemplate that the Apollo lunar module is a sophisticated engineered spacecraft. We also see no evidence that the descent rocket was even fired. There is no sign in any of the Apollo missions that the rocket skirt was even slightly burned with the 2000 centigrade rocket exhaust. We have observed hot spots in the lighting of the moon's surface. The luminescence of the light from the sun should be fairly even on the moon's surface, but we see hot spots which suggests that infill lighting was used on the stage set. In the Apollo 11 restored video of the EVA, we can even see the stage lighting illuminating the background screen. We have examined the high-resolution images from the LRO with some disappointment. There is convincing evidence that these photographs have been doctored by NASA to falsely claim that the Apollo artifacts are still residing on the moon. We also looked at the question of the boot and the tire track trails so clearly shown on the LRO photographs and compared these with what we can see on the original videos of the blastoff from the moon. There is no question that the history of these remastered video is clear evidence of NASA continuing the fakery. Finally, we looked at some of the evidence presented by NASA that some of the flags erected by the astronauts are still flying and casting shadows. Although it cannot be stated categorically that the flags would have disintegrated, it is highly probable that over 40 years of exposure to the moon, the flags would have perished and vanished. All of these elements is the evidence of irrefutable proof that the Apollo missions were entirely faked somewhere on planet Earth. The Sons of Apollo. The great cause of night is the lack of sun. William Shakespeare, As You Like It. NASA state that they took no other sources of artificial lighting with them to the moon, so the only source of light that the astronauts had on the moon was the direct light from the sun. The Apollo Sun. Hey Houston, we have a problem with the Apollo Sun. How would the sun look like from the moon? Well, we can assume basically the same as it does from Earth. The sun is the same distance to both the Earth and to the sun within a fraction of a percentage. So go outside if it is sunny, and if not, just wait until it is, or take my word for the following. You will observe something like the photograph above. The sun appears as a very bright source of light with an imprecise outline but with radiant spokes. After all, the sun is nothing more than an ongoing nuclear explosion. So what do we see in the Apollo photographs? The Apollo sun has a precise round outline with no radiant spokes but surrounded by concentric rings of light. This is not at all what we would expect to see. I can already hear from the NASA Pro Fan Club protesting that the sun, when viewed from the Earth, is through our atmosphere, and there is no atmosphere on the moon, so why should we expect it to look different? Is that correct? Well then, let's take a look at some photographs taken of the sun in space where there is no atmosphere. These two views of the sun look very much like we would see through our atmosphere, an imprecise outline and with very distinct radiant spokes. If we compare the two images, we can clearly see the difference. So why is the Apollo sun so much different from what we should expect? Of course, the simple answer is that the Apollo sun is not photographed from the moon. NASA X needed to simulate the sun on the moon stage set. You may suggest that they should have filmed outside on Earth, but the problem is that the sky from the Earth is blue, and on the moon it is needed to be black. The only other feasible solution was to use a very bright artificial light or parabolic reflector. This is why we see the concentric rings of light in the fake Apollo sun. This comparison analysis is from an excellent video by Pascal Xavier. The reflection of the Apollo sun. Take a spoon outside and view the sun as a reflection on the curved back of the spoon. Do you see how large the reflection is in the convexed back of the spoon? About a maximum of ½ an inch in diameter, depending on the actual curve of your spoon with radiant spokes. You can see it in any convexed shiny surface, for example, a motorcycle helmet. So we should know roughly what the sun should look like when reflected on the moon. You may be wondering why I ask you to do this. Well, as I said, the sun is about the same distance from the moon, so we should expect a similar size of the reflection in a convex surface of the moon to be about ½ an inch in diameter with the telltale radiant spokes. The convex surfaces we have on the moon are the face visors of the bubble helmets worn by the astronauts. I will let the skeptic Steve the Chemist explain all about convex surfaces in his video, but for now, in his second video, he shows that the reflection of the sun in the astronaut's visor is far too large to be the real sun. It varies tremendously if you view the videos and can be up to 3 to 4 inches in diameter, not the ½ inch or so that we would expect, and it has no radiant spokes. He deduces from this that it must be a studio light, possibly with a large parabolic reflector. He also draws our attention to the Apollo 15 video clip in which you can see the size of the reflected sun decreases with a decrease in the brightness of the scene. He concludes that it is impossible for the reflection of the real sun to change size and that the studio lighting must have been used, which is my opinion and his opinion firmly places the film squarely on Earth. If you think we have finished seeing Apollo suns, then think again. We have another skeptic masquerading under the pseudonym Jimbo who brings us back to the sun's reflections in the Apollo astronauts' visors. Again, he makes the same point as Steve the Chemist that there is something very strange about the Apollo suns. They just don't look convincing. We do not see the small diameter reflection radiating rays that the skeptics say we should expect, but instead we see large circular disks of light. You may think now that you have had enough of the Apollo suns. Well, there is more. How about 2 suns? Skeptic Marcus Allen brought my attention to this video clip taken from the original NASA video of Apollo 14. The only original source for this clip was the movie For All Mankind. At time 241 on the video, the astronaut turns toward the camera and appears to have 2 equal-sized suns in his visor, clearly a different apparition to explain. Next, one more observation from Marcus Allen, not just one more sun, but another, albeit not the brightest in our galaxy of Apollo suns. In the NASA 1971 Apollo 14 video, as astronaut Ed Mitchell climbs down the ladder of the lunar module at time 6:43, he is clearly in total shadow, but we can observe a small bright light in his visor. Another revealing abnormality is the dark shade of the lunar module. You may ask what our pro-NASA groups say about these sun anomalies. Well, it seems that they are not too troubled by the 2 suns anomaly, as Lunar Tuner is happy to explain and demonstrate. He explains that the astronaut's helmet visor assembly consists of 3 layers of protection. The outer 2 layers of the visor can both create their own reflection of the sun, so easily explained we can have 2 suns. The reflection from the inner skin produces a much smaller and a diameter reflection of the sun, but this is not what we see in the video in which both suns are equal in size and brightness. But we do have an alternative explanation from pro-NASA Occamite, who contends that the length is probably a reflection from various parts of the lunar module, most probably from the highly reflective mylar film which coats various parts of the lunar module. Although this is in no way explains the precise circular-shaped reflections. Our final attempt to get to grips with the Apollo sun concerns the lunar module. The lunar module was always positioned on landing with its exit door in the shade to avoid the astronauts exiting into the full sunlight and to keep that side of the lander cooler. Once landed, the lunar module was in a fixed position and could not move. However, as the mission progresses, the sun will slowly move its position in the sky. This next presentation from Hunchbacked examines the photographs of the lunar module at the start of the mission and at the end of the mission. One would naturally expect the shadow of the module to have changed. The evidence from the photographs indicates that the sun has not moved in the sky as it should have done, so we appear to have one more anomaly regarding our Apollo sun. Well, I think we've had enough of the Apollo suns for today. We have clear evidence of fakery in the Apollo suns in that the reflected suns do not look at all like real suns should be reflected. The instances of seeing two suns can only be explained by adding spotlights or reflectors. Wisely and slow, they stumble that run fast. William Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet. Gravity is perhaps one of the most discussed elements of the Apollo missions, and that this is probably to be expected in that it is one of the elements of the Apollo evidence that can be accurately measured to determine where the filming was made, Earth or Moon. NASA ensured that there was ample opportunity to do this so as to cover the fakery. Gravity Primer. Just a quick primer on gravity before we go wandering off on the moon. I think quite a few of you may be confused about the whole gravity thing. I raised this matter as I have been asked many times about this from those who I had imagined were the most educated people. I will ignore Albert Einstein's concept of curved space for the moment and treat it as a simple force as Isaac Newton did. Gravity is simple, the force by which a planet or other body draws objects towards its center. The force of gravity keeps all of the planets in orbit around the sun, and it keeps the moon closely coupled with the Earth. It also keeps you firmly rooted on the floor. Isaac Newton showed that it is a function of the product of two masses' weight, and that the force diminishes by the squares of the distance between the two objects. So, the farther apart the two objects are, the less interactional force. We have gravity here on Earth, as you can observe when you drop something, or if you fall over. It is unusual as it keeps you and all things around you firmly stuck to the Earth. Likewise, we have gravity on the moon, albeit less than Earth's gravity due to the moon's smaller size. So you might just be wondering why the astronauts in spacecraft are floating around in zero gravity. Does gravity stop outside the Earth's atmosphere and then start again at the moon? So why do the astronauts appear to be weightless? Well, it might surprise you, but they are not at all weightless. What, I hear you say? You see it all the time on TV, weightless astronauts performing crazy tricks with weightless objects. Trust me, they are just as much as subject to Earth's gravity as you or I am. In fact, they are in constant free fall toward the Earth, pulled by the Earth's gravity. What you are witnessing is continually falling men, not weightlessness. This happens because of the speed and orbit trajectory of the spacecraft. It is continually falling towards Earth, but just missing it as it continually falls over the edge. There is a very good video by Walid Shahabi in which he explains what is happening to the astronauts and the spacecraft. The moon's gravity is only 1/6 of that of the Earth. The Earth has a diameter of 7,926 miles and weighs 5,972 sextillion tons, that is, 5,972 followed by 18 zeros. It may surprise you that it gets heavier every minute. At present rate, the Earth gains about 40,000 metric tons each year from the space debris that continually bombards our planet, but loses only a minuscule amount as some atmospheric gases escape our gravity. Some of this space debris are rocks from the moon, which it is estimated have taken about 10,000 years to make the journey as they circle the Earth, gradually being pulled closer and closer under Earth's gravity. The moon is considerably smaller, only about a quarter of that of the Earth, having a diameter of 2,159 miles and an approximate weight of about 81,100 with 15 zeros behind it, tons. So the Earth could fit about 50 moons inside of it, and it would require about 81 moons to equal the weight of the Earth, as the Earth is denser than the moon. The great difference in size between the Earth and the moon is why the gravity on the moon is only about 1/6 of that on the Earth. NASA and faked gravity. In my research, I have found many videos from the pro-NASA devotees who appear to rejoice that, as they analyze Apollo videos, they discover that they can clearly prove to you that the gravity shown in the moon is that of the moon. It leaves me dumbfounded as to which aspect of fakery that they do not understand. Fakery means creating a falsehood that resembles as close as possible to the real thing. Did they really expect that if NASA faked the moon landings that they would have been so incompetent to have forgotten to adjust the Earth's gravity in the videos to that of the moon's gravity? In this vein, we have one typical contribution from NASA devotee Astrobrant 2, who delights in the fact that he can demonstrate that a thrown object falls at the speed as though it were in the moon's gravity. He goes on to assume that he can speed up the video by a factor to show how it would look in Earth's gravity. This idea of speeding up a video is totally erroneous, as we will discover later. Quite obviously, Astrobrant 2 does not understand how NASA faked the videos, as I will explain in Chapter 12. Clearly, NASA was well aware that the gravity in the Apollo videos could be used to calculate the gravitational forces to check whether they were really on the moon, and they made use of this fact to the extreme. It is surprising how many objects were supposedly thrown and dropped by the astronauts, and how many unnecessary jumps the astronauts made. All this to invite you to calculate the gravitational forces and so prove it was filmed in the moon's gravity. NASA even concocted several pendulum demonstrations. Again, the swinging pendulum can be used to check the gravity. All you need is the length of the pendulum and the time of the swing, and hey, presto, you can demonstrate gravity at that location. One such demonstration occurred on Apollo 14 as the astronaut Ed Mitchell was unpacking the second LSAT package. A strap fell down and started to swing like a pendulum, serendipity at its best. NASA even produced a paper on the pendulum to explain how it proves moon's gravity. You can find several more videos on YouTube rejoicing this irrefutable pendulum proof. For example, this one from Brian Pop Robson. Brian assumes that his calculations categorically place the astronauts on the moon. It appears that we have another case of somebody not fully understanding what fakery would involve. If you want to fake the moon landings, then surely it makes sense to fake the gravity, but somehow this seems to escape the thinking of the pro-NASA fan club, especially Brian Pop Robson. This pendulum analysis is given by NASA and several pro-NASA devotees as irrefutable proof that the astronauts were on the moon. It is only irrefutable proof if you can staunchly believe that Apollo went to the moon and cannot imagine how NASA could have faked it. Well, NASA did fake it, and I will explain how they did in Chapter 12. The gravity that NASA forgot. NASA did a commendable job in giving the pro-NASA group enough evidence to prove that the astronauts were on the moon. The problem is that there were one or two gaps in this evidence that fatefully slipped through. There is another pendulum in the NASA videos which I suspect was unexpected and therefore not faked by NASA. This occurs on the Apollo 15 mission when astronaut Dave Scott ran past the flag and it started to swing. First, let us look at the incident in this video posted by Joe Rogan. Also, we have Jara White with something to say about these flapping flags in this two-part video series. This moving flag instance has been the subject of much discussion relating to whether there is an atmosphere and the astronaut disturbed the air as he passed by it, thereby showing that it was filmed in a studio on Earth. What we are interested in here is not what caused the flag to move, but how the flag moves. The disturbance of the flag, irrespective of how it was caused, starts the flag to sway back and forth. The leading edge of the flag is acting like a quasi-pendulum, is that it displays simple harmonic motion so that with the other NASA pendulum, it is possible to analyze its movement. This is done in a video from Steve the Chemist. In this video, Steve proves conclusively that the swaying flag is definitely in the gravitational force of the Earth. The analysis by Steve the chemist is excellent, but he has seemingly forgotten one important aspect. The Apollo videos almost always contain a certain amount of slow motion, and not by taking this into account, Steve has by default assumed that he is viewing the action in real time. That scene will have some slow motion, although perhaps not a lot. As I will discuss in Chapter 12, the amount of slow motion was reduced the nearer the astronauts were to the camera, otherwise their movement would look too glacial. The inclusion of the slow motion effect would improve Steve's analysis, as the swinging time for the pendulum would be a little faster, less than the 2 seconds he measured from the NASA video. I cannot know exactly what the slow motion factor would be for this scene, but it is likely to be small as the astronaut is close to the camera. I would estimate between 10% to 20%. If I assume 20% slow motion, then the real period of the swing would be 1.6 seconds, which matches almost perfectly for the flag swinging in Earth's gravity. There is absolutely no question that this was filmed on Earth. The flag moved just far too quickly to be in the gravity of the moon, and the calculations prove it. Clearly, NASA would not have been aware of the discovery of this unexpected anomaly, and therefore oblivious to its relevance. More faked gravity. NASA also included many jumping astronauts, no doubt to enable the gravity to be calculated by its faithful supporters. In order to give the effect of being in lesser gravity, they had the astronauts suspended on counterbalance wires and used various slow motion techniques. There is one famous scene in which astronaut John Young is being photographed by fellow astronaut Charles Duke on the Apollo 16 mission, as Charles Young makes a jump and salutes. It is often referred to as the Big Navy Salute. Watch this video posted by Dave Watcher. Pay particular attention to the actual jump sequence and note how the moon dust falls from the astronaut's feet. It appears to strangely accelerate towards the ground. It looks totally unnatural. This jump salute video has been analyzed by Steve the chemist in this video posted on YouTube. Steve observes that there is something rather strange about this jump video and compares it with a similar jump of a volleyball player. He maintains that the physics dictate that the astronaut would fall back to the ground together with the dirt. However, we do not see this, but what we do see is the astronaut still rising while the dirt falls back to the ground. Physics tells us that all objects must fall at the same rate and at the same time, irrespective of what gravitational forces they are both under. The astronaut here is making a jump perhaps of 9 to 10 inches. In fact, the jump is the same height as the dirt goes. Then the astronaut is pulled up by the counterbalance wire to complete the jump. The giveaway to this is the fact that if you closely watch the slow down version, you will see that the backpack rises before the astronaut, which is clear evidence that he is being pulled up on a wire attached to his backpack. What you would expect to see is the astronaut rise first, then his body would pull the backpack up. Just look at the space between the top of the backpack and the astronaut's head. The backpack rises a good 3 to 4 inches above the astronaut's head, showing clearly that the backpack is being pulled up by the wire. This is clear, indisputable evidence and exposes the fakery. Now, as we might imagine, the pro-NASA group will not let it end there. We have this rather charming posting on YouTube from the pro-NASA devotee Shane Killian, who manages to cram more insults into his video than actual science. Unfortunately, this video proves nothing, as he rejoices that he can show that the astronaut and the dirt fell at the same rate, showing clearly that he does not understand physics. It is not the rate at which they fall that is the problem, it is that one event occurs before the other. They both rise at the same time, so they must fall at the same time. It is as simple as that. In whatever gravity with no atmosphere, all objects must rise and fall at the same time. His observational skills are also somewhat lacking, as he fails to notice, or perhaps doesn't want to notice, that the backpack rises before the astronaut. This is fairly typical of the pro-NASA group. What they apparently lack in their knowledge of science is made up with completely unnecessary insults to anyone who dares to disagree with their point of view. However, Jane Killian is not happy to leave it there, but has a propensity to embarrass himself further with this video in which he wants to prove how tall an astronaut is. I could go on and on about this, but far better that I just leave it here. The pseudoscience that the pro-NASA group need to use to defend NASA is nothing less than Olympian. They put up some flawed argument which appears to satisfy their fan base. The next time the same subject arises, they simply say, "I debunked that already." It is simple. If two bodies are propelled upwards at the same time, but one of them comes down later than the other, then it can only be assumed that some external force has been applied. In this case, the wire supporting the astronaut. That is simple, indisputable physics. You can clearly see what I consider to be the ultimate proof that NASA is faking gravity in this video so far. Reduced gravity, reduced jump height. If you have been paying attention, then you know by now that the moon's gravity is 1/6 of that of the Earth. This is due to the relative sizes of the Earth and the moon, and therefore their masses as I plainly described above. I personally recall a magazine article sometime in the 60s about the moon and its much lower gravity than here on Earth. The article highlighted the fact that humans would be super athletes on the moon due to such low gravitational force. On Earth, an average athlete can do a standing vertical jump to say, about 2 feet. So they postulated that on the moon, man could do a standing vertical jump at least 12 feet high, or maybe 6 feet high in a cumbersome spacesuit. Similarly, a man could do a standing long jump of 4 feet on Earth, so they expected him to do a long jump of at least 12 feet on the moon. I and many others could not wait to see the display of superpowers our comic book superheroes finally brought to life. Naturally, the astronauts were not kitted out for athletics with Nike trainers and shorts, but nonetheless, they would be able to amaze us with their new powers. These athletic superpowers were even confidently predicted in 1964 by NASA themselves. Well, we were all bitterly disappointed. The astronauts did nothing to amaze us. In fact, they look rather pedestrian. When they did make the effort to jump, it was only about a maximum of 18 inches, seemingly nothing different from being on Earth. Of course, they were wearing their spacesuits and backpacks, but their weight was 1/6 of the Earth's weight, and their terrestrial muscles must have been adapted to Earth's greater gravity so that they could be much stronger on the moon. The initial force the astronaut can exert just before he jumps is the same on Earth or on the moon. It is not a function of gravity, but purely of muscle strength. The skeptics have labored on this point that the astronauts did not appear to be in a lesser gravity than on Earth, which leads them to suggest that the astronauts never left the Earth. This lack of jump height on the moon is discussed in this video by Gerald White. He comments on the fact that no astronaut is observed to jump more than a couple of feet on the moon. You will notice at time 235 in this video, Gerald shows an insert video of the astronauts making some higher jumps. Notice at the beginning of this video the astronaut on the right. He bends his leg, crouches, and then makes 4 distinct jumps and then remains stationary. Well, stationary until a second or so later he is suddenly involuntarily yanked up by the wire. Absolute proof the wires were employed to simulate Moon's gravity. The astronaut made no attempt to perform that 5th jump. Summary. So what did we learn in this chapter? Well, we examined the pendulum created by the flag, which showed clearly it was swinging in Earth's gravity, and the mathematics backed this up almost precisely. We saw that the big naval salute video was inconsistent with physics law and shows clear evidence of the astronaut being pulled up by a wire. This was shown by the fact that the backpack rose before the astronaut. We saw the dirt fall before the astronaut, which is impossible as all objects must fall at the same rate and at the same time. You cannot have dirt falling before the astronaut. Finally, we observed that the astronauts were not capable of producing any jumps higher than they would have on Earth, and when they did attempt it, we had absolute proof of them being yanked up by wires. All of these facts show clearly the videos were faked by NASA in an attempt to convince us that the astronauts were on the moon and subject to the lesser moon gravity. Unfortunately for NASA and its dedicated fan base, the deceit is clearly revealed. Give every man thy ear, but few thy choice. William Shakespeare, Hamlet. No sound in a vacuum. We hopefully understand by now that there is virtually no atmosphere on the moon. It is to all intents and purposes a total vacuum. No doubt we will all remember that demonstration at school in the physics lecture of the bell inside of the glass jar. The bell is ringing loudly and can be heard through the glass jar, but as the air is pumped out of the jar, the sound diminishes until finally, as a near vacuum is reached, the sound stops. This experiment was to show that sound travels in comprehensive airways and that with no air, as in the vacuum, then there cannot be any sound. In case you missed this demonstration at school, then let's take a look at what I am talking about. I did wonder at the time how useful this knowledge would be to me. I mean, how often was I likely to be trapped in a vacuum calling for help? Now, with my acquired knowledge, I'm at the forefront of science, able to understand this whole sound in a vacuum business. You may be wondering why I am talking about sound on the moon. Well, I don't hear any sound when I think I should, and I hear sound when I think I shouldn't. Clearly, there is no pleasing some people. Not enough sound. First of all, no sound when I would expect to hear it. What does this mean? This occurs when the astronauts are in their spacecraft with the noise of the rocket engines blasting away, but they are still able to talk crystal clearly and there is no audible sound from the engine. The best example of this given in the descent of the lunar lander towards the moon's surface. This is mentioned at time 136 by Bill Casing in this video. If you listen to the astronauts talking to Houston as the lunar module descends to the moon's surface, then the conversations are crystal clear with no noise in the background. The two astronauts are virtually sitting on top of the 10,500-pound thrust descent engine, which even working at 3,000 pounds force thrust must be extremely noisy, but we do not hear any sound from the rocket. There would be no sound emanating from outside of the lunar lander in the vacuum of the moon, but inside is the capsule's atmosphere. One would imagine it would be quite noisy. NASA explains this by stating that the astronauts are wearing their spacesuits, so the sound of the rocket engine is not heard because the astronaut's microphone is well shielded from the outside sound. The only thing you can hear, in addition to the astronauts and mission control, is a slight amount of static. Some moon landing skeptics say that it is not possible that they were wearing spacesuits. The logic being, in that order to handle the computer controls which guide the descent, then the astronauts need to push buttons on a small computer keypad. The keys on the Apollo computer keypad were about 3 times the size of those on a standard desktop computer keyboard. I suggest that you try to type your next email wearing gardening gloves to get the idea. You may wonder how, when your life depends on it, are you really going to take a chance on hitting the wrong button and bringing your moon holiday to a sudden end? The skeptics are certain that the astronauts were not wearing their spacesuits. They also say that whenever they see astronauts inside the lunar lander, they are not wearing their spacesuits. So the debate seems to hinge on whether the astronauts were wearing their spacesuits or not. The skeptics say no, but I am not sure. The Apollo flight plan did call for the astronauts to be suited up in their spacecraft for the lunar module landing, so if they did follow the flight plan, then they were wearing their spacesuits. This was a standard procedure as well as safety precautions in case the lunar module's outer skin was damaged in the landing. This is also stated in the video at time 9:38. So far, I have been unable to find any definitive video evidence that they were wearing their spacesuits. The Discovery program does show at times 37 and then again at 38:28 that the astronauts appear to be wearing their spacesuits. I have no idea if these clips are true NASA videos. If you are interested to know how the landing was achieved, there is a dramatization in the mini-series From the Earth to the Moon by Home Box Office TV. The skeptics also say that there is a very similar situation with the takeoff from the moon. In this case, the astronauts stood immediately by the side of the 3,000-pound forced thrust descent engine, but in the transmissions, immediately on liftoff, there is no sound of the rocket, and the astronauts can be clearly heard. I need to add here that it must also have been quite hot standing by that rocket, as it burnt at 2,000 Celsius, but nobody seems to mention the excessive heat, or perhaps I'm just wrong. We have the same debate, were they wearing their spacesuits or not? The Apollo flight plan did call for them to be wearing their spacesuits, so if they followed the plan, then they did don on their spacesuits. I expect that you will be inclined to go with NASA on this one. If the astronauts followed the flight plan, and we have no evidence to suggest that they didn't, then they would be wearing their spacesuits, and consequently, the rocket engine noise would probably not be heard in the voice transmissions. Too much sound. The important point here is that whatever actions are taking place on the moon, we should not be able to hear any sound. Imagine if you were a moon dweller and you saw this strange-looking craft descend towards the moon with its rockets lit up, but there was no sound. Well, at least that's what we should expect according to the science of the glass bell jar. We would imagine that any moon dwellers would have no use sign language. In some NASA videos, it is possible to identify actions by astronauts in which a distinct sound can be clearly heard, which shouldn't be possible if they really are on the moon. We will start with a video from Daniela from the Apollo 16 mission. The astronaut is shown lifting and closing a lid container on the lunar rover, and then there is a distinct sound. Later in the video, you could even hear the astronaut's footsteps as he shuffles in the lunar dust. Similarly, in a video from Street Cap 1, in which the hammer sound is clearly audible. On the moon with no medium to transmit the sound, then it should not be possible to hear any sound. The question of sound is also covered exhaustively by Jet Windsor. He looks in detail at the question of sound being heard in the Apollo mission video and the acknowledgement of this by NASA. The incident of the hammer below is mentioned in the transcript in the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal. The contorted answer from NASA is that the sound was transmitted through the astronaut's gloves into his suit, through the oxygen atmosphere in his suit, and picked up by his internal microphone. The Apollo Lunar Surface Journal states this: "What seems likely is that when Gene hits the rock, the hammer rebounds against the palm of the pressurized glove, creating a sound wave in the suit loud enough to be picked up by the microphone at Gene's lips. In brief, the suit acts like a drum." This explanation by NASA is challenged by Windsor, who draws parallels with the International Space Station videos in which he transfers the sound through their spacesuits does not appear to happen when astronauts work outside in space. He also states that the sound heard is not what you would expect if the spacesuit was acting like a drum, but it is clear, distinct metallic sound of a metal hammering striking the metal pole of the flagstaff. He also identifies what seems to be a tacit admission by NASA that something was amiss. This relates to a web page shown in the section Lunar Science for Kids, which was intended to educate children about the fact that there was no sound possible in a vacuum on the moon. It was placed on the NASA website in 2009, and it states, "Sound needs something to travel through to get from one place to another. On the moon, since there is no air, sound cannot travel above the surface, so there is no sound on the surface of the moon. When the Apollo astronauts were out on the moon's surface, they could only talk to each other and to mission control by using their radios in their air-filled helmets. Even when astronauts in the photo on the right hit the metal tube into the ground with a hammer, no sound was made. Unfortunately for NASA, the photograph shown was of the very act of hammering in the flagpole, which Jet Windsor has identified as causing the sound. In August of 2011, the page suddenly disappeared, presumably removed by NASA, but with no explanation. One needs to ponder why. NASA's statement that the astronaut's spacesuit acted like a sound drum, even if that is plausible, is disproved by Windsor. He identifies a significant incident in the Apollo 15 video footage as astronaut James Irwin throws a metal band into the air which hits the lunar module and makes a distinct sound. This act totally negates the reasoning given by NASA for hearing the hammer blows because the spacesuit acted like a drum, as in this case there is no contact between the astronaut and the source of the sound. Conclusions. So let's recap on what we have discovered. The first suggested anomaly of not hearing any sound from the rocket noise from the lunar lander at descent or liftoff could be a misunderstanding on the part of the skeptics in that they assumed that the astronauts were not wearing their spacesuits. The Apollo Lunar Surface Journal is clear on this matter, and astronauts would be wearing their spacesuits if they followed the correct procedures. If they were wearing their spacesuits, then the sound of the rocket may well be shielded from their inner helmet microphones. The second suggested anomaly is a little more challenging to explain. The video evidence is unambiguous in that the distinct sounds can be heard when there should not have been any sound. The explanation provided by NASA is that the spacesuits acted like a drum to transmit the sound to the astronaut's internal microphone is proved false by Jet Windsor in the James Irwin metal band throwing incident. The very fact that NASA removed the website for kids suggests that NASA may have something to hide. Also, the paucity of the pro-NASA believers' contributions to this subject is equally telling. Sounds should not be possible on the surface of the moon, but you can hear them in the NASA videos, which is clear proof that the video was not made on the moon, but here on Earth. As Jet Windsor comments, this could be a smoking gun, and he is certainly correct. The James Irwin metal band throwing incident is clear, irrefutable proof of the NASA fakery. There is no other feasible explanation for this. Diminished technology. My dull brain was wrought with things forgotten. William Shakespeare, Macbeth. At the time President Kennedy made his famous Man on the Moon speech to Congress on 25 May 1961, only one American had been briefly into space. Alan Shepard was launched into space aboard Mercury 3 on 5 May 1961 to become the first American in space. His capsule did not achieve orbit, but rose to a height of 116 miles and traveled 303 miles before safely parachuting into the Atlantic Ocean. This was not on a rocket specifically designed for space travel, but on the top of a hastily adapted Redstone ballistic missile. So to say the timing for Kennedy's moon speech was totally surprising is an understatement. Apollo Project. NASA was left with the almost impossible task of designing and building all the hardware to get men a further 240,000 miles all the way to the moon and hopefully home safely. As it transpired, well, at least according to NASA, it turned out to be relatively easy. In just 7.5 years, NASA had made everything needed to reach and orbit the moon with the Apollo 8 mission on 21st December 1968 and the first moon landing with the Apollo 11 on 20 July 1969. Work did not start on the Saturn series of rockets until mid-1960, but by 1963 the final version of the mighty Saturn V rocket was designed. Work started in November 1961 in the Command and Service Module designed by North American Aviation. The first flight of the assembled hardware was the unmanned Apollo 4 mission on 9 November 1967. Remarkably, just 1 year later, in 1968, followed the Apollo 8 manned mission to orbit the moon, quickly followed in 1969 by the Apollo 11 moon landing. This timeline of development is nothing less than remarkable. One needs to remember that all this was back in the 1960s when technology and manufacturing methods were primitive compared to what we have today. More than 60% of the population on Earth today were born after the 1960s, so it must be difficult for those people to appreciate what technology was available to them at that time. There were virtually no useful computers to enable computer-aided design, no robotic manufacturing techniques to enable accurate speedy assembly, and no sophisticated circuitry to enable reliable command and control systems. The engineers used slide rules for the design calculations, and draftsmen sat at draft boards with pencil in hand. According to NASA, all of this was achieved in less than 8 years. You may be wondering, what is a slide rule? Well, it isn't much more than a wooden stick with logarithms inscribed on several scales. I can remember them well when I started studying to be a civil engineer at university in 1961. I found this interesting video from MIT Alumni Association which describes the mysteries of the gadget. Imagine that you didn't have that little app on your smartphone and you needed to get your head around this procedure just to calculate your expenses. Just another quick interjection here. It is widely reported that NASA discovered that pens didn't work in the weightlessness of space, and it is rumored that they spent $165,000 on designing the space pen that worked in the weightlessness environment of space. The Russians simply used pencils. The Apollo project was originally intended to include missions 18, 19, and 20, but these missions were cancelled in September 1970, just 18 months after the supposedly successful Apollo moon landing and 6 months after the supposed Apollo 13 near tragedy. According to Wikipedia, several planned missions of the Apollo manned moon landing program of the 1960s and 70s were cancelled for a variety of reasons, including changes in technical direction, the Apollo 1 fire, hardware delays, and budget limitations. After the landing by Apollo 12, Apollo 20, which would have been the final manned mission to the moon, was cancelled to allow Skylab to launch as a dry workshop, which was assembled on the ground in an unused Saturn 4B, Saturn 1B second stage. The next two missions, Apollo 18 and 19, were later cancelled, and the Apollo 13 incident and further budget cuts. 2 Skylab missions also ended up being cancelled. 2 complete Saturn V's ended up going unused and are currently on display in multiple locations around the United States. The original plan for the Apollo missions envisaged that Apollo 18, 19, and 20 would fly in 1972. The delay caused by Apollo 13's near tragedy meant that the Apollo 17 was rescheduled to December 1972, so 15 months later than originally anticipated. NASA put the calculations down to budgetary problems, but more likely that they couldn't feel that they could carry on the fakery much longer. The budget limitations reason is hardly plausible given that all the main expenditure on the Apollo 5 rockets, the spacecrafts, and the associated systems that were relatively paid for via contracts and the hardware was at the time well on the way to being finished. The real reason is understandable. NASA needed to distance itself from the moon landings and perhaps couldn't imagine continuing the deceit for years to come with more fake moon trips. NASA clearly needed a new direction to divert attention from the moon, and the laboratory in Skylab was the answer. It wasn't as though NASA had finished with the moon, as previously they had many plans to colonize the moon for scientific research, mineral exploration, and eventually a moon base. Imagine how much more sensible it would have been to site a space telescope on the moon where it could be well maintained. Instead, NASA concentrated on inner Earth orbit projects like Skylab and the International Space Station. So we have a project which took just 8 years to get men on the moon. If modern technology and computer-aided design and manufacturing had been available at that time, I imagine this could have been achieved in just 5 years. We can now compare this with all the subsequent NASA efforts to get men back on the moon with the Constellation program and now the ongoing Orion project. Constellation program. In 2004, President Bush announced that they would revive the moon missions with the Constellation program, often referred to as Apollo on steroids. The Constellation program was active between 2005 and 2009. It was subsequently cancelled in 2009 by President Barack Obama on 1 February 2010, reportedly for lack of funding. The logo of the Constellation program reflected the ambitious 3 aims of the program to get men in low Earth orbit, where the International Space Station resides, the Moon, and then finally Mars. One stated goal of the Constellation program was to get men back on the Moon no later than 2020. So this time, NASA allowed themselves a good 16 years to achieve what they had done back in the 1960s for the Apollo project in just 7.5 years, but even this seems to have been too ambitious. Orion. Orion was started in 2004 with the design of the Space Launch System SLS, for which Boeing was awarded the contract. It was originally under the Constellation program, which we have seen was cancelled, but the Orion project picked up the pieces of what was left. Already, the Orion project is suffering delays and cost overruns. Not only is NASA experiencing problems with its own design, it is likely that private companies will produce the required hardware at a fraction of the cost. It is probable that NASA will have spent £18 million and the project which may as well be abandoned. All I can say at this point is that NASA does create some excellent logo designs. The moon is beginning to look farther and farther away as each year passes. It is unlikely that we will see any men on the moon, if we ever do, until the 2030s. Naturally, the question you're dying to ask is why not use the tried and tested successful Apollo technology? Well, it seems that NASA just threw away that successful technology somehow, somewhere. Why not use the Apollo technology? NASA has shown lamentable custodianship of important historical artifacts concerning the Apollo missions and the total disregard for managing technological value. No doubt our skeptics would argue that this is not a question of good custodianship, but more of a deliberate and concentrated attempt to destroy evidence that may be judged to be incriminating when examined with modern methods of analysis. Without question, these losses of artifacts are most epic in scale, and one has to question why NASA has been so determinately careless. The Apollo moon landings have been heralded as one of the greatest achievements of mankind, and one would expect that all of the documentation and technical achievements would be carefully preserved for posterity. Regrettably and quite surprisingly, this does not seem to have been the case. It would appear that NASA has been less than conscientious in preserving these important artifacts. This is astonishing for 2 reasons. First and foremost, the historical nature of the achievement. In this modern era, we tend to hold as precious everything that measures the progress and achievements of mankind. Secondly, the information was undoubtedly of considerable usefulness for future space projects. Now, NASA plans to go back into outer space with the Orion project and appears to be struggling to build the technology with which to do this. Skeptics would strongly argue, vociferously, that we supposedly had the technology to leave Earth orbit and survive in space 50 years ago. They question how NASA could have been so utterly careless, or were there other impelling reasons for this perceived ineptitude? The suspicion is there for the skeptics to add to their arguments that NASA faked the moon landings and is now trying to destroy anything that could ultimately prove the fakery, particularly when examined with modern methods of analysis. Telemetry and video data. One of the most important aspects of the journey to the moon was the telemetry data. This is the automated communication process by which measurements and other data are collected at remote or inaccessible points and then transmitted to receiving equipment for monitoring. It was an essential part of the mission to the moon and would be of significant importance for future journeys into outer space. You may think that the telemetry is not something that concerns you, but if you are using a computer running Microsoft or Mac software, or using Google or some other search engine for your searches, which you most probably are, then you are daily involved in telemetry. These organizations collect telemetry data on what you do every second of the day, and there's little you can do about it. In the UK, and also in many other developed countries, when you drive around town or drive on a motorway, information on your movements is collected via your car registration number. This is telemetry, and again, there is little you can do about it. Even when you're walking along the street or go shopping, your movements are being recorded by a vast network of surveillance cameras. It is just a fact of modern life that we need to accept. It may surprise you to learn that the average person in the UK is caught on a camera more than 70 times per day, and for someone living in London, that can be over 300 times per day. Lost information. On 15th August 2006, the Sydney Morning Herald reported that NASA had lost the original telemetry tapes of the Apollo 11 moon landing, which also included perhaps the most legendary Small Step for Man, Giant Leap for Mankind footage. These original magnetic tapes, which recorded the iconic images of man's first footsteps on the moon, are missing, and scientists fear that there is danger of these tapes deteriorating into dust unless they are found quickly and converted into digital format. The skeptics are quick to coin the phrase, "one small mistake by NASA, one giant loss for mankind." In 2006, NASA said the search is on to find the boxes of the original, high-quality, slow-scan TV tapes. The tapes were stored in 2,612 large boxes, each box holding about 50 tapes. These lost boxes apparently held the telemetry data tapes and also contained the original TV footage of the other 5 moon landings. Estimates of the number of tapes vary between 130,000 to 140,000, of which about 13,000 of these tapes related to the Apollo missions. These were not small tapes, as in the main, they consisted of 14-inch diameter reels, a mostly 1 and some 2-inch wide magnetic tape. The tape recorder reader consumed a whopping 120 inches of tape every second, an astonishing speed of almost 7 miles per hour. So we're not talking about losing a bunch of keys or the odd book, we're talking about losing 2,612 large boxes. The skeptics say that we are not simply looking for a few tapes, but the whole building. In fact, it is a pile of about 11,000 cubic feet. Is that hard to visualize? Well, a modern 3-bedroom house in the UK is about 7,500 cubic feet. It was quite a challenge to lose almost 2 3-bedroom houses, the skeptics would say, even by NASA standards. The flight director of the Apollo missions, Gene Kranz, acknowledges when interviewed by Aaron Rainin that the data tapes are indeed lost. Kranz further states that even if the tapes could be found, there is no machine that could read the tapes, as the only machines capable of reading these tapes was destroyed many years ago. The skeptics say that NASA is hell-bent on destroying everything related to the Apollo missions except the glory. Finally, NASA researchers concluded that the tapes containing the raw unprocessed Apollo 11 SST signals were erased and reused by NASA in the early 1980s, unbelievably due to a shortage of magnetic tapes at the time in NASA. It transpires that NASA's usage of the 1-inch magnetic tapes amounted to 60 per day in 1981, which far outstripped the quantity available at the time. What does NASA have to say about this? Well, not much, to be honest, if you read their statements on the matter. NASA initially stated that they do not consider the tapes to be lost, just mislaid, and the search is on, but shortly afterwards they admitted that the tapes were indeed lost. Well, not so much lost, but wiped clean and reused. This loss is confirmed in the final report from the NASA searchers. Is it any wonder why the skeptics find the story so utterly unconvincing? These recordings were some of the most significant documentation of man's greatest achievement to explore the universe beyond our Earth, and for them to be so careless guarding it is mystifying. The skeptics reasoned that NASA may have something to hide and didn't want these tapes to be scrutinized by modern methods of analysis. We shall never know the answer. The evidence seemingly is long gone. NASA not only carelessly loses tapes, but also photographs. In the period of 1966 to 67, NASA had the lunar orbiter taking many detailed photos of the moon in preparation for the Apollo missions, basically in order to identify suitable landing sites. Most of these photographs were also assumed lost. Luckily, some of these original photographs were found by a group of amateurs who extracted about 2,000 photographs from 1,500 old analog NASA data tapes. Suffice it is to say that NASA has not been the best custodian of this historical material. It is hard to reason why, with such a large budget, these important artifacts were not more zealously guarded. After all, these artifacts were similarly as important to the American historical record as the American Declaration of Independence, which thankfully they have still managed to keep intact for 250 years. Lost technology. NASA was not only haphazard in the custodianship of its data tapes and photographs, but also of its technical design documents and manufacturing capabilities. The billions of dollars that were invested in the NASA Apollo space project did produce some useful technological value benefit, not only for future space exploration projects, but also for industry in general. The Apollo missions were made possible by the creation of the massive Saturn V rocket, which provided the heavy lift necessary to get the astronauts all the way to the moon. You might consider that this was something worth keeping, given NASA's sole raison d'etre is to explore space. It may surprise you to learn that they didn't, and the methodology and plans required to build this rocket have been lost. It is not only the plans and the design documents that have gone missing, but also all of the factory tooling was also scrapped. NASA now again needs a heavy lift vehicle for its Orion program and is once again having to re-engineer what NASA already had 50 years ago. The new heavy lift rocket for the Orion project has been named the Space Launch System, SLS, I assume for the lack of a more inspiring name. There are 3 remaining Saturn V rockets in museums that could possibly be reverse engineered, but how much easier it would have been just to follow the original plans. If you are familiar with the IKEA furniture assembly plans, then you may doubt this. Now, when we say that NASA lost the ability to recreate the technology that they had for the Apollo missions, it doesn't of course mean that they could not have recreated it again, but that would be very much like reinventing the wheel. What it does mean is that NASA is not capable of even getting astronauts to the International Space Station without taking a Russian taxi at US $70 million per seat round trip. The excuse by NASA for this lack of housekeeping is that the Apollo project was spread out among thousands of subcontractors and that it was quite impossible to keep track of every document, but quite honestly, this is a tantalizing feeble excuse. You can be sure that Airbus Industries, which also has hundreds of contractors, keeps a very comprehensive set of documents in some central location, and certainly, at some point, NASA must also have had a complete set of documentation. The lunar rover, which was used on Apollo missions 15, 16, and 17, was built by Boeing, and again, you guessed it, the design plans have been destroyed. If taking care of important artifacts is the object, then NASA fails miserably. In 2015, a priceless prototype of the lunar rover was sold for scrap to a metal dealer in Alabama. This was one of the early prototypes for the lunar rover and therefore has great historical significance, but somehow it wasn't cared for and ended up in the Alabama scrap metal yard. There is even a photograph of the NASA Apollo director, Wernher von Braun, driving this very vehicle. We're not finished with the scrapyards just yet. We have more. In 1976, 10 years after the Apollo launch, the rope memory modules were sold as scrap metal. Someone with a keen eye spotted them in a scrap metal auction and saved them for posterity. The video that is now being showed shows the programs on the modules now being deciphered. There is a great interest in the computing industry to see how these programs worked. Some remnants of the Apollo guidance computers still exist and are being reassembled by a group of enthusiasts hoping for the 50th anniversary of the first moon landing in July 2019. Jimmy Locke, a private collector, bought 2 tons of assorted Apollo hardware from NASA, which included many parts of the AGC. Imagine that! Amazingly, NASA was selling Apollo hardware by the ton load. NASA is not only careless with valuable technology and historical artifacts, but also appears that they are lax in their own security. Surprisingly, for such an organization, they do not encrypt the data of their laptops, and recently they have had 2 stolen, perhaps another sign that they were not quite on the ball. In October 2016, 47 years after the original moon landing, NASA finally produced a white paper on science data retention. This paper addressed which NASA science data should be retained indefinitely and the conditions under which certain data may and should be released. Talk about closing the gate after the horses went walkabout. Back to the moon? The history of scientific advancement and exploration is well documented, and once a goal is achieved, there is always a continuous path for onward development. Archimedes is said to have designed a screw system in the 3rd century BC, which was used to raise water from a lower to a higher level. It wasn't then forgotten, but was further developed and still in use today for irrigation projects and hydroelectric turbines all over the world. Galileo is accredited for producing the first practical telescope in 1609, but in fact, he merely improved on the device first invented by Dutchman Hans Lippershey the previous year. The telescope wasn't then forgotten, but was further developed through the centuries. The Wright brothers designed and constructed the first airplane. This wasn't forgotten, but within a few years, others were building better and more efficient models. British aviators John Alcock and Arthur Brown made the first non-stop transatlantic flight in June 1919, quickly followed by others to complete the same feat. Now we fly the Atlantic with the same excitement as we catch a local bus. American aviator Wiley Post was the first to fly around the Earth in 1933, and he wore a patch on one eye. Now flying around the Earth is commonplace. Christopher Columbus discovered a viable sailing route through the Caribbean and opened up a discovery of the Americas. Vasco da Gama discovered the route to India and China via the Cape of Good Hope at the tip of Africa, so bringing about the demise of the Silk Road. Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay were the first to climb the summit of Mount Everest in May 1953. Now, over 800 climbers each year reach the summit of Everest. I could go on and on about mentioning notable firsts, but the point I'm trying to make here is that once something is achieved, then history tells us it will be repeated until it is simplicity itself. So what happened to the moon? In 50 years, nobody from any nation has even attempted it again. At the time of the Apollo moon landings, the world believed that this was just the first step in finally exploring our universe. Humankind had reached the moon and returned safely, so now the heavens were opened. At least that was the feeling in the late 1960s. NASA had proved that it was feasible, in fact relatively easy. Now you can start with nothing, and in just 7.5 years you can be walking on the moon. Imagine what they could have done in the next 50 years with technology improving on a daily basis. Well, here we are half a century later, and all those dreams have come to nothing. Not only have we not achieved anything further, but we haven't even been back to the moon. Perhaps worst of all, we are now told that going back to the moon has suddenly become rather difficult and considerably more time-consuming. We did not go back to the moon, so what else did we not do in the past 50 years? It seems we just potted around in low Earth orbit with Skylab, the Hubble Space Telescope, and now the International Space Station. It seems the moon is getting farther and farther than ever. Well, it literally is, but only about 7 feet in an average lifetime. Conclusions. It seems to be an undeniable fact that much of the Apollo material, be it hardware or design materials, have been purposely shoddily destroyed, sold off, carelessly misplaced, or simply just lost. So why did NASA lose, destroy, or sell such a large part of the artifacts from the Apollo project? One would have thought that the artifacts from one of the greatest achievements of mankind would be sacrosanct, a national pride, but clearly not. It was, after all, one of man's greatest achievements to leave this earth for the first time and walk on another celestial body. For humans to be able to fashion materials here on Earth that would enable men to fly out into space would have been man's greatest adventure and mankind's greatest achievement. You may wish to be gullible like the rest of the pro-NASA fan club and put these losses or artifacts down to some slight carelessness on the part of NASA. But for me, the sheer epic scale of the destruction of artifacts is clearly a manifestly deliberate act. I can only imagine that NASA considered that some of these artifacts may have served as possible evidence to expose the deceit as time progressed and analytic techniques improved. I ask you to ponder whether it is imaginable that any delinquent organization would lose or destroy much of the evidence for such a major technological achievement. It is beyond reasonable comprehension and just adds more credence to the fact that NASA Apollo missions were faked. It may appear to some that NASA is attempting to destroy as much of the original evidence that could be used with modern analysis techniques to prove the fakery and expose the deceit. Curiously, it does not appear to cause our pro-NASA devotees any undue concern, as they do not seem to mention it, or they simply avoid the debate. There is no question that these losses of artifacts cannot be accidental. They are too numerous and important for them to have been merely the subject of perfunctory management. The destruction of evidence was a planned objective for NASA. There was an all too clear risk that some of this evidence might be used to prove the fakery. For example, the telemetry tapes that could have shown the precise route taken by the Apollo missions to minimize exposure in the Van Allen radiation belts. You will recall this debate in Chapter 5 when the pro-NASA group explained that they had taken some polar route when the original NASA documentation shows otherwise. The telemetry data would have answered this question, so it had to be lost. We have a direct comparison with what NASA achieved in the 1960s with rudimentary technology and what NASA is doing now. It took just 7 years and 4 months from President Kennedy's moon speech in May 1961 to the Apollo 11 crew supposedly landing on the moon in July 1969. Now we have NASA struggling since 2004, a good 15 years, and they do not expect to walk on the moon again until the late 2020s. So with modern technology, we're supposed to believe that it takes a good 20 years to reach the moon if they ever do? Whereas with the old technology, slide rules and all, it took just over 7 years. This surely must be absolute proof of the NASA fakery. The evidence is there, NASA did fake it all, or certainly a large part of the Apollo moon landings. In order to keep the deceit, they needed to ensure that no evidence to the contrary would be available. The real reason that NASA had never returned to the moon in the past 50 years is simple. They never went in the first place. Keeping the secret. What a terrible era in which idiots govern the blind. William Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. The NASA believers argue that there are 4 self-evident reasons which easily explain why the Apollo moon landings could not have been faked. They base their assertions on paradigms which do not stand up to serious scrutiny, as we will now discuss. The first is that too many people worked on the Apollo project for the fakery not to have been revealed in the last 50 years. NASA states that about 400,000 people were involved in the Apollo project and that it would be unlikely that no one would have revealed the secret. The second is that the Russians would surely have known that it was faked and would therefore have broadcast the fact to the whole world, given that they were in a prestigious space race with the Americans. Thirdly, the astronauts brought back kilograms of moon rocks which are attested by the scientific community to be genuinely from the moon. Fourthly, the astronauts left retroreflectors on the moon, and that these are being used by a well-respected scientific institution for laser ranging to the moon. At first reading, these all appear to be extremely persuasive arguments, and for many appear to have been convincing. We will examine these self-evident postulations in this chapter. What secret? It is a contention often made by the pro-NASA group that so many individuals worked on the Apollo project that it would have been impossible for the fakery not to have been exposed by some whistleblower in the past 50 years. You will see that this statement is repeated over and over again on the pro-NASA fan sites. It is a rather strange statement, as it implies that all of these people were informed about the fakery and were presumably asked not to tell anybody. This is a typical example selected randomly off an internet chat group. That NASA faked the landing and managed to keep the secret until this day, with literally thousands of people remaining silent and not one single person among that group coming out with a non-fiction, fact-based tell-all book that points to a hard, irrefutable facts that do not rely on circumstance, imagination, or supposition. They repeat this NASA well-known statement that 400,000 people scattered across 20,000 contracting companies were involved in bringing the Apollo project to fruition. In reality, the vast majority of these people were employed by contractors designing and building the components needed for the Apollo missions and would have little understanding of the overall project. But you would imagine that surely the operatives working within mission control sat facing those numerous screens of information from the telemetry would have well known. Well, not necessarily so, as it is entirely possible that they were too deceived by the fakery. The only evidence of the missions that they had was the telemetry being received and feeding the particular data stream for which they were responsible. They would have no idea where that telemetry was coming from or whether it was genuine or not. They had many times previously practiced this exercise using simulated data. When you are reviewing a screen full of numbers, there is no apparent difference between a simulation and the real thing. The simple fact is that they had no reason to question anything, let alone start thinking it was all a hoax. The idea that the moon landings could have been hoaxed is still a staggering thought to this day. So, in essence, keeping the secret could simply mean that there was no secret to keep. The only people that would know about the fakery would be the members of the clandestine CIA or maybe the DIA group, the astronauts, including backup crews and some CIA-DIA operatives infiltrating and working for NASA. One imagines the CIA-DIA people could be trusted, perhaps on pain of death. The astronauts could be expected to join the cover-up as they were for most part serving military officers under orders from their commanding officer, the President of the United States. There may have been a few exceptions, perhaps like Gus Grissom, who probably sadly died for attempting to reveal the truth about the Apollo project. In summary, the pro-NASA devotees are stretching naivety to imagine that NASA informed the 400,000 people that it was committing fakery, or that NASA was so inept in their management of the fakery that the secret leaked out. It is no longer a valid excuse, as it purposefully misinterprets the real situation. It had no merit or substance whatsoever and is based solely on mischievous and ill-conceived misunderstanding of the facts. It has been used mainly by the pro-NASA group as an excuse to avoid facing the real issue of the actual fakery. And the Russians? The pro-NASA group will also tell you that if it was fake, then the Russians would have known and they would have eagerly told the world. After all, they were the main protagonists in the story, and you would imagine that they would have much to gain by exposing the fakery. Again, I have selected a random quote from the same internet chat group. Russia was our main rival and would have loved to embarrass us if we tried to fool people. Remember, there were 6 missions, so why would the United States risk getting caught that many times? That makes no sense. It is not all that obvious that the Russians did know. Even if the Russians suspected that the moon landings were faked, then they would need to furnish some solid proof. Announcing that it was fake to the world without incontestable proof would be seen as just a case of sour grapes. Suspecting is one thing, but proving that you are right with hard evidence is altogether a different task. There is also some evidence that the Russians' claims of superiority in the space race were also in part faked, and equally it could have been stated that the USA knew that it had equally exposed the Russians. On 12 April 1961, it was reported that the Vostok 3 Ka-3 spacecraft with cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin on board was launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Yuri Gagarin thus supposedly became both the first human to travel in space and the first to orbit the Earth. However, there are doubts about whether Gagarin was actually the first man in space. There may be more to the Russian fakery than we first imagined. It is only after 30 years of secrecy that these facts have been revealed. It is interesting to note that Khrushchev ordered the Soviet rocket designer Sergei Korolev to get a man into space at all costs. The communist philosophy was to hide its failures and only publicly celebrate its successes. This contrasted sharply with the American way of publicizing everything in advance and mostly allowing real-time coverage by the press and the public. So perhaps both sides were mainly interested in convincing their own populations rather than convincing each other. It was after all an arms race thinly disguised as a space race. The respective populations may not have warmed to an all-out arms race, but a space race carried with it an excitement and prestige of a nation. If the Russians didn't know it was fake, then why would they now reportedly be investigating that very fact? I think that we can safely conclude that the Russians' whistleblower argument has no merit in proving that the Apollo missions went to the moon. Moon rocks. The Apollo astronauts supposedly brought back 840 pounds or 382 kilograms of moon rocks and dust. These rocks have been distributed to many scientific institutions around the world who confirm that they are definitely rocks from the moon. Again, a typical response from the same internet chat group. 2 words, moon rocks. They are rocks from the moon, and scientists agree they are rocks from the moon. Explain those away for us. So we are faced with the opinion of many trained geologists from all over the world that the Apollo samples are definitely moon rocks. My first problem with this is that how do they know that they are from the moon given that they have never been to the moon? I mean that they have nothing for comparison, or have they? Well, it seems they have. The Earth is already strewn with pieces of moon rock which traveled here as meteorites. Estimates from the mass of the material that falls to the Earth each year range from 22,000 to 78,000 tons. Most are in the form of dust particles, but a small proportion are rocks from the moon. So, many meteorites found here on the Earth do come from the moon. In this case, they are more properly called lunites. They are broken pieces of moon dislodged by other stray rocks from outer space impacting into the moon's surface. If they are flung high enough from the impact, then they can be captured by Earth's gravity and slowly pulled to Earth. Well, it could take up to 10,000 years for them to get here as they circle around and around the Earth, slowly being pulled closer by Earth's gravity. It is estimated that more than 1% of meteorites found on Earth are from the moon, so they are a reasonably scarce commodity and hard to find. If we want to find lunar meteorites on Earth, where should we go hunting? Well, basically anywhere on Earth, but no lunar meteorite has yet to be found in North America, South America, or in Europe. They undoubtedly exist, but the probability of finding a lunar meteorite in a temperate environment is incredibly low. Many experienced meteorite collectors have been looking, but none have yet succeeded. It seems the best places to find lunar meteorites are in arid deserts which have little organic growth to hide them. One such arid desert is the Antarctica, and the best time is summer as the ice melts, the dark rocks become visible lying on the surface. You may be surprised that Antarctica is classed as an arid desert, but the truth is it very rarely rains or snows in Antarctica. The average annual rainfall is just 2 inches. So what is the difference between moon rocks on the moon and lunites found here on Earth? First of all, any moon rocks passing through the Earth's atmosphere would have a burnt crust. Secondly, the rock when on the moon would have been bombarded by micrometeorites and will have the telltale zap craters, tiny holes where the micrometeorites had penetrated. So, in theory, it would be possible to artificially change the lunites to remove evidence of the entry through the Earth's atmosphere. So first we need to find some lunites. In the Antarctic local summer from 1966 to 1967, Wernher von Braun, the chief architect at NASA, participated in a U.S. government expedition to Antarctica. This expedition was one of the first to systematically research the ice surface of Antarctica for meteorites believed to have originated from the moon. The U.S. government claimed that the samples were for later use as a reference material to compare against the future Apollo specimens. The U.S. government claimed that the samples were for later use as a reference material to compare against the future Apollo specimens. The lunites collected on the NASA expedition to Antarctica could have been faked to resemble moon rocks on the moon by removing the rock's burnt crust and adding false zapped craters using lasers. As the geologists have never seen moon rocks and were unlikely to do so in the future, then these fake moon rocks would surface to convince geologists given that NASA state they found them on the moon. In conclusion, this moon rocks evidence is certainly not convincing, and it is more likely that the Apollo moon rocks were faked from Earth-lying lunites. Retroreflectors. The laser reflectors that the astronauts placed on the moon are a piece of equipment that enables laser light to be reflected and are technically referred to as retroreflectors. These retroreflectors are made up of tiny reflecting prisms similar to those that you see on road signs and on the rear of bicycles. These prism retroreflectors will always reflect an incoming light beamed back in the same direction that it originally came from. It is said by NASA the retroreflectors can be used for experiments to measure the distance of the moon from the Earth by recording the length of time it takes for the laser signal to be returned. Remember, it takes about 1.3 seconds for the light from the Earth to reach the moon. It may surprise, and perhaps if you are of a nervous disposition, slightly worry you, that we are slowly losing the moon as it constantly moves further from the Earth by about 1.5 inches per year, about the same distance as your fingernails grow each year. This just means that the future moon holiday you were planning may get marginally more expensive than you had originally budgeted for. The retroreflectors placed on the moon's surface by the astronauts are claimed by the NASA Apollo believers as the absolute, explicit, conclusive proof that man did go to the moon and deposit the laser reflectors there. If it can be shown that the only way a laser fired at the moon could return a signal would be that a laser retroreflector must have been placed on the moon, then this would be a very important piece of evidence. I mentioned in the foreword that my definitive proof that I used to try to convince my children that man had landed on the moon was these retroreflectors. It was my stock answer that for me was irrefutable proof that Apollo 11, 14, and 15 astronauts must have been on the moon to place them there. I seem to recall that several independent scientific institutions and universities around the world were using it to calculate the distance to the ever-drifting moon. In fact, it was probably the worst proof that I could have chosen, as we will discover in the next portion to this video series. After further research, it appears that my original idea about several independent organizations turned out to be just two main ones, both cited in the US, namely the Apache Point Observatory Lunar Laser Ranging Operation, Apollo, located in New Mexico, and the McDonald Laser Ranging Station, MLRS. As soon as I saw that acronym, Apollo, I became suspicious. I was right to be somewhat suspicious. The Apollo facility was largely funded by the Microgravity Division of NASA. Apollo is a collaboration between several universities, a few scientific institutions, and the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. What really surprised me was that the facility did not become operational until 2005. I have no idea what happened in the 36 years since the Apollo 11 astronauts supposedly placed the retroreflectors on the moon. According to the International Laser Ranging Service, ILRS, there are about 40 institutions throughout the world involved in laser ranging, but in 2015, only the two U.S. sites mentioned above and the Observatoire de la Côte d'Azur, France, that were technically equipped to carry out laser ranging, LLR, to retroreflector arrays on the surface of the moon. However, all of this may be immaterial. It transpires that you do not need retroreflectors to bounce signals off of the moon. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology and the Crimean Astrophysical University were both firing lasers at the moon and receiving a return signal in 1962, long before any reflectors were supposedly installed on the moon by the Apollo missions. Also, both the American and British military were beaming radio signals at the moon and receiving return signals in the late 1940s, so there is no apparent reason why signals, radio or laser, cannot be bounced off the moon with no special reflectors, providing that there is a large enough collection dish on the Earth to receive the greatly diminished return signals. An interesting technical paper has been produced by Andreas Marquis of the Swiss Federal Institution of Technology. Although the contents of this paper are highly technical, it does provide some relative conclusions. The paper examines the direct reflected light from the Apollo retroreflector as well as the scattered light from the lunar surface. In summary, the paper finds minimal evidence that the laser reflections obtained from the moon's surface are specifically from those retroreflectors. The author states, "The only indication of a retroreflector was the signature of the return signal, i.e. its small variance. But a small variance would also appear in a measurement onto a lunar surface which is perpendicular to the measurement direction." And commenting on a statement made in a scientific paper by J.O. Dickey from the National Jet Propulsion Laboratory, all of this, together with the measurement results, may call the following statement into question. These retroreflective arrays are still operating normally after 25 years. His final conclusion is even more damning. According to the number of return photons, I can go even further and conclude that in all lunar laser ranging experiments, the measurements were taken to the bare surface of the moon. I am not a brilliant mathematician, but let's do some simple maths. Now, the laser beam when it reached the moon is not a pinpoint of light, but the laser light has divergence to have a large radius when it hits the lunar surface. The Lunar Planetary Institute (LPI) website states, "Laser beams are used because they remain tightly focused for large distances. Nevertheless, when there is enough dispersion of the beam, that is about 7 kilometers in diameter when it reaches the moon and 20 kilometers in diameter when it returns to Earth." Wikipedia states that the diameter when the beam reaches the moon is 6.5 kilometers. However, we will use the LPI figure of 7 kilometers diameter, which is 3.5 kilometers or 3,500 meters in radius. The area in square meters covered by the laser beam is pi squared, that is pi times the radius squared. That figure is 3.14 times 3,500 squared, or 38,484,510 square meters. That is over 38 million square meters. The size of the retroreflector, Apollo 11 and 14, was 0.61 meters by 0.61 meters, so the area is 0.732 square meters. Now let's do some real maths. In the area illuminated by the laser light, the retroreflector represents a very small percentage of that area. 100 times 0.372 divided by 38,484,510%, which equals 0.0000967%. If the retroreflector is present in the area illuminated by the laser, it will only receive a minuscule part of the laser signal and cannot send back any more than it received. Now it gets even worse as the return laser beam has a diameter of about 20 kilometers when the signal is reflected back to the Earth. That is a vast area of 314,159,265,358,979 square meters. The receiving telescope tube at the McDonald Observatory has a diameter of 85.95 centimeters, so a surface area of 2.32 square meters. The collection area is therefore just a small percentage of the area covered by the return laser beam. If you wish to do the calculation, it is 100 times 2.32 divided by 314,155,265,358,979%. That would mean that a photon aimed at the moon would be received back on Earth with an effectively 0.0. They fire 10 to the 17 photons in each test, which would be on average give a return of less than 1 photon using the percentage figures calculated above. Apparently, they usually receive no photons returned, but sometimes 1 photon is returned. So they need to make many observations over a period of time to finally get the 3,000 photons that they need to make an accurate measurement. The LPI also states that, because of this very weak signal, observations are made for several hours at a time. By averaging the signal for this period, the distance to the moon can be measured to an accuracy about 3 centimeters. The average distance from the Earth to the moon is about 385,000 kilometers. Now, I may not be the greatest scientist, but I thought that the moon relative to the Earth was in constant motion, so what exactly are they measuring over a period of several hours? Also, they have no idea where the return photons have come from. It could be from the retroreflectors, but more probably from the surface of the moon. The retroreflectors on Apollo 15 were 3 times as large as the ones on Apollo 11 and 14, but quite honestly, does it really affect the maths? It is more than likely that any light returning from the moon as a result of the laser is just a reflection from the lunar surface, either from the mountain tops or the deep valley, so how can this measure the distance to the constantly moving moon? A further relative point is that NASA appears not to know quite exactly where the Apollo landing sites are, which I find quite surprising. I would have thought that NASA would know exactly where their spacecraft had landed on the historical landings on the moon, but it seems not. NASA gives several different coordinates for each of the Apollo missions, the worst being for Apollo 11, which has 2 locations differing by 20 kilometers. The details are given in the paper by Michael Steniken, Lost Lunar Landing Sites, the CLLC Initiative. The data on the following 2 pages is extracted from that paper. Note that the 8 of the 10 sources quoted for the Apollo landing coordinates are from NASA themselves. Now, how did these seemingly lost Apollo sites affect the lunar ranging exercise? Well, the retroreflectors were left on Apollo missions 11, 14, and 17, and you can see in the table above that the exact location of these sites is somewhat dubious. If this is the case, then you are left wondering at what heavenly point that they are aiming the laser beam. I firmly believe that the laser ranging idea of placing retroreflectors on the moon by the Apollo astronauts was just another ploy by NASA to try and prove that the fake Apollo missions were real. The logic behind accurately measuring the distance between the constantly moving Earth and the Moon to a few centimeters is completely ridiculous, as the measurements need to be carried out for a period of several hours in order to collect enough returned photons to get an accurate measurement. There is no way it can be known where these returned photons are coming from, the surface of the Moon or from the retroreflector. The laser retroreflector argument is absolutely no proof that man landed on the Moon. Likewise, the fact that laser beams can be bounced off the Moon without any laser retroreflectors does not in any way disprove the Apollo moon landings. However, the fact that NASA continues to defend the laser retroreflectors as proof that the Apollo astronauts went to the Moon, for me, is indicative of manifest deceit. The very idea of being able to produce extremely accurate measurements of this distance between the Earth and the Moon over a period of several hours while the Earth and the Moon are in constant relative motion is just totally ludicrous. Conclusions. It appears that none of these 4 self-evident assertions by the pro-NASA group can be taken as conclusive evidence that the Apollo missions were real. No doubt they will be repeated over and over again by the NASA devotees, I guess eagerly encouraged by NASA. The simple fact is that they have no solid basis when examined in detail. Creating the evidence. The best is yet to come. William Shakespeare, Twelfth Night. As we have passed the 50th anniversary of the faked Apollo 11 moon landing, it is time to expose the deceit for what it really is. In this vein, there was a moon celebration week in London and many others around the globe. Unfortunately, it never happened in the way in which NASA claims. It is now beyond any reasonable doubts, and only the pro-NASA diehards can desperately cling onto the illusion that it actually happened. In this video, we will examine the methods used by the clandestine group within NASA to cleverly construct the deceit which has fooled the world for half a century and probably will still fool half the world for another 50 years. How to approach the problem. Imagine that you are asked to design, plan, and produce the hoax. What would you need and how could you do it? That was the critical question that NASA X must have faced back in the early mid-1960s. Would it be possible to completely fake the moon landings? How can you fool the whole world live on television? And how could you hope to keep such a monumental secret? The Apollo missions must be successful. There was too much at stake for it to fail. It was a matter of national prestige, not to mention its importance in the Cold War and the alleged competition with the Soviet Union. The risks on relying on the science and technology to achieve a successful outcome were too immense, and the possibility of failure could not be countenanced. Fakery could be used to ensure success. What you also need to bear in mind is that the real Apollo missions were being designed, planned, and programmed by dedicated scientists on the assumption that NASA would be able to get men to the moon. We therefore have 2 programs running in parallel, the real scientific NASA working hard to achieve the moon landings, and the NASA X clandestine group working parallel to NASA to ensure that it was achieved by fakery. This second project has been referred to as the Apollo Simulation Project, ASP, by the well-known late skeptic Bill Casing. The problems involved in the faking of the Apollo missions were immense. It was to be a hoax on a grand scale perpetrated in front of the entire world. When I first looked in detail at the NASA archive, I was totally disbelieving it could have been possible to produce so much factual evidence, an assertion continuously echoed by the pro-NASA group. There appears to be far too much detailed information in the form of mission transcripts, second-by-second dialogue between the astronauts and mission control, hours of video footage, and thousands of photographs. How could this have been fabricated and stitched together in so much minute detail? This is one of the main arguments in defense of NASA by the pro-NASA devotees who claim that it would have been easier to actually go to the moon than to attempt to fake it. This actually assumes that going to the moon was a realistic and viable option, and this was extremely doubtful. One of the strongest arguments for this is the fact that after the Apollo missions, no nation has ever attempted to go to the moon during the intervening 50 years. There is no question that if the Apollo missions had been real, then there would have been many like missions to the moon, and the exploration of the moon would now be commonplace, but it is not. Now, as we observe the current efforts of NASA, then we see that getting to the moon is not such an easy task. Beginning the fakery. NASA X clearly infiltrated NASA from the very beginning. They would have had operatives employed by NASA at all levels, even to the highest echelons of the organization. This is common practice for the CIA, DIA in all theaters of operation. If you are to convince the world that you have landed men on the moon, then you need to have some solid evidence to prove it. So what evidence would you need, and how could you fabricate it? At a minimum, you would need to have the following: 1. Video of the Saturn V rocket leaving Earth. 2. TV shots of astronauts in the space capsule to demonstrate weightlessness in low Earth orbit and translunar coast. 3. Audio of astronauts talking to mission control with the appropriate time delays relative to the distance from Earth. 4. Video of the Earth seen from deep space through the capsule window. 5. Video of the lunar module landing on the moon through the capsule window. 6. The most conclusive piece of evidence would be live TV pictures from the moon showing the astronauts walking in lunar gravity. It would be essential to provide some calculable proof of the moon's gravity, say by astronauts dropping lots of things, jumping up and down, and the odd pendulum demonstration. 7. Some lunar rocks and dust brought back by the astronauts from the moon. 8. Photographs of astronauts on the moon, but best not get carried away to produce too many. 9. Some conclusive proof that you have been there, such as leaving some retroreflectors and other equipment that could continue to be used after the astronauts left. 10. Videos of the lunar module ascent stage blasting off from the moon. 11. Videos showing redocking of the ascent stage of the lunar module with the command module. 12. Video of the capsule landing in the sea on its return to Earth. 13. And finally, a press conference to hear the astronauts' story of the adventure. So there you have it. Lots to do, but if you could accomplish these aspects, then you are well on your way to faking it. We will now examine what NASA X did and how well they did it. Saturn V rocket leaving Earth. The development of the Saturn V rocket was not without its problems, but finally it launched on 9 November 1967. It surprised everyone who was present at the Cape Canaveral launch site with a tremendous force. It shook whole buildings and smashed nearby windows with the force of a small earthquake. Wernher von Braun, the chief NASA rocket scientist, took a conservative approach to his rockets and wanted to cautiously test each one of the 3 parts of the rocket separately. His way was to over-design and build rockets that were more sturdy than was perhaps necessary. This philosophy took its toll on NASA's early efforts, and they did not have the luxury of timing with the end of a decade lunar landing deadline that was fast approaching. The Saturn V rocket was the only machine to get them there. George Mueller, who headed the Office of the Manned Spaceflight, realized that NASA would never make it to the moon by the end of the decade without a new, more forceful approach to its rocket development program. He called for NASA to adopt an all-up approach to its rocket tests. Rather than testing the components separately, the standard approach in NASA's early days, he wanted von Braun to test the full rocket all in one go. He also insisted that the first flight of the Saturn V was to carry a fully functional Apollo command and service module as payloads so their systems could be tested in orbit. the mission would follow a trajectory that would have the command module re-enter the atmosphere as though it were returning from the moon, adding a heat shield test to the program. It is said that Mueller's design ultimately saved the Saturn V program. Designated Apollo 4, the first Saturn V launch was a stunning success. Only Apollo 6 saw another unmanned Saturn V launch. Quite amazingly, the third Saturn rocket NASA ever launched supposedly took the Apollo 8 crew to the moon in December of 1968. We have more discussion on the capabilities of the Saturn V rocket in the next section when we will discuss how far the astronauts actually went. Videos of weightlessness in space. Perhaps one of the most convincing images of space is to see astronauts in the weightless environment of the spacecraft. We have mentioned before that they are not actually weightless, but simply in constant freefall under the force of gravity. If you wish to watch the videos of the astronauts in the space capsule, then on some occasions they are empathizing the weightlessness aspect by doing pointless tricks with various floating objects such as food morsels, pens, or notebooks. This concentration on showing weightlessness was an important aspect of the NASA X-fakery. On other occasions, you see nothing of weightlessness, just 2 or 3 men riding in odd positions about the capsule, presumably to give the impression of them being weightless. I had always assumed that the Apollo astronauts at all missions had at least reached low Earth orbit, but there appears to be some evidence that on some missions they didn't even leave the Earth. In his book, We Never Went to the Moon, Bill Kaysing suggests that no Apollo missions went into low Earth orbit and that all of the Saturn V rockets reached an untimely end in the deep Atlantic Ocean. I understand that he later revised his view on this, but he certainly was on the opinion that the Apollo 15 astronauts never left the ground. It must be remembered that at that time, Bill Kaysing was writing. There was no internet and no wealth of information available on the Apollo missions. Bill Kaysing's book is revealing for many other reasons. It was first penned in 1974 and first self-published in 1976. It was later republished by Health Resources Books in 2002. It is a fascinating and quite detailed expose of the Apollo fakery, which Kaysing refers to as the Apollo Simulation Project, ASP. Skeptic Gerald White takes up the story about how far the Apollo astronauts went. He has examined the videos of the astronauts shown in weightless conditions in the capsule in his 2-part series. He points out that on Apollo 10 and 11 missions, blue light is noticeable through the capsule windows, which he suggests indicates that the capsule was actually in low Earth orbit, even though it was claimed by NASA to be halfway to the moon in the blackness of space. In Apollo 15, he shows that none of the capsule video sequences lasts more than 30 seconds, which he maintains could have been filmed in the KC-135 aircraft, affectionately known as the Vomit Comet. So Jared's conclusion seems to be that after Apollo 11, there were no astronauts in the capsule. His reasoning is that after Apollo 11, NASA had fulfilled Kennedy's goal to get men to the moon, so it was no longer necessary to risk the possibility of some of the rockets or the other equipment malfunctioning. I have just read an interesting article in the Nexus magazine by Randy Walsh entitled Moon Missions Hiding a Hoax in Plain Sight. Randy looks at the evidence surrounding the power of the Saturn V rocket. He shows amateur footage of the Saturn V liftoff from Cape Canaveral for Apollo 11, which has now been made into a video series. His interpretation of the evidence indicates that the Saturn V rocket could not have achieved sufficient thrust to have reached the optimal orbit for the translunar blast to the moon, and consequently that means that none of the Apollo missions could have gone to the moon. This is the conflict with the blue light showing the capsule, which Gerald White pointed out in his video. If NASA X had staged that video on Earth, then why would they purposefully use blue light through the windows when it should have been the blackness of deep space? I think that it must have been in low Earth orbit and that NASA X simply forgot the finer details of what space should look like. So we seem to have very conflicting information about how far the Apollo astronauts actually went and how many of them reached low Earth orbit. It is perhaps academic, as it does not in any way distract from the main essence of the deception. What we do know for certain is that they never went to the moon.
Audio of astronauts talking to mission control.
Communication between mission control is to be expected throughout the Apollo mission. NASA had simulated all the aspects of the mission many times as part of the astronaut training regime. They would therefore have had ample audio tapes to use to make up the transmitted audio. What they did not have, they could easily fabricate. There was, however, one aspect of the audio transmissions that NASA originally overlooked. The transmission signal used for the audio conversation was radio waves which travel at the speed of light, an astonishing 186,000 miles per second. So light would travel 7.5 times around the Earth in 1 second. The Moon is about 240,000 miles from the Earth, so any signal would take about 1.3 seconds to reach Earth. That is 240,000 divided by 186,000 equals 1.29 seconds. So when an astronaut on the Moon speaks, it takes 1.3 seconds before Mission Control in Houston will hear him. Likewise, when Mission Control asks the astronaut a question, then it must be a minimum of 2.6 seconds before he gets a reply, that is 1.3 seconds for the signal to reach the astronaut on the Moon, and 1.3 seconds for the return signal to be received back on Earth, assuming the astronaut replies instantly. Normally, there should be a slight longer delay as the astronaut absorbs the question and formulates his response. In some of the original NASA audio, this necessary time gap, according to the laws of physics, was not there. For example, watch this first TV transmission from the Moon on Apollo 11. At 26 seconds in, you hear Mission Control comment,
"I guess you're about the only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene."
That comment ends at 30 seconds. At 31 seconds, we hear the astronaut on the Moon reply, but that is after only 1 second.
"That's all right, I don't mind a bit."
This is physically impossible. The astronaut is answering before he could have even received the message.
"I guess you're about the only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene." "That's all right, I don't mind a bit."
There is no confusion here, as we can definitely see that the astronaut is replying to that specific question. When NASA had this problem pointed out by the skeptics, they produced an edited version on the 17th of July 2014 with the correct time delays added. This new version is referred to as being a restored video, whatever that means, but it also is an edited version, as you can clearly hear if you listen from times 47.13 to 49.00, when you will hear that repeated echoes are used to add extra time in the delay. You can hear this obvious correction clearly at the very beginning of this video from NBC News.
"Hey, we got a picture, 17. We have a picture." "Yep." "Oh, beautiful, babe. It's all yours. I hope it moves now." "It does. I hope it moves."
This editing of the original video is described by Hunchbacked.
Probably like to get you going. You didn't get the clue. No. Put on. Okay. Probably like to get you going. You didn't get the clue. No. Put on. Okay.
This fact alone is undeniable proof of NASA's fakery and that they are attempting to correct the oversights in the 1969 deceit.
John suggests we might just check it momentarily while you're here to make sure it's still holding on good and tight. Both the clamps and the tape. Yeah, that's on my list. John suggests we might just check it momentarily while you're here to make sure it's still holding on good and tight. Both the clamps and the tape. Yeah, that's on my list.
Video of the Earth seen from space. A necessary shot we would all expect was the iconic view of our distant Earth as the spacecraft was well on its way to the Moon. This would be the absolute proof that the mission was real, so it was essential that NASA provide this view of the Earth, but its efforts were not all that successful, as we will see. This renowned view of Earth from the space capsule, as it was allegedly about halfway to the Moon, is covered in this famous Bart Sibrel film, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, first released in April of 2000. The video lasts 47 minutes and is well worth watching. In the video, it is claimed that NASA sent Bart Sibrel an old film reel by mistake which shows an unscheduled TV transmission in which the astronauts are filming the Earth through the space capsule window. According to Bart Sabrell, this video shows the astronauts falsely staging the view of a distant Earth through the capsule window when they are only in fact in low Earth orbit and not halfway to the moon as NASA disingenuously claimed. The real importance of this video lies in the discovery of a third voice in the communication loop. According to NASA, only two parties were involved in the communication, the astronauts and Mission Control in Houston, but we hear a third voice distinctly different from the other two. It is just one word, given in the form of a command to Neil Armstrong. This is clear proof that a third clandestine party was involved in controlling the sequence of events. It is important that you see this video out in its entirety without any narration, just the conversation between Houston and the Apollo astronauts. From this, you can better form your own opinion on what is going on. Bart Sabrell's explanation of what is going on is just an interpretation, but Gerald White has another. I present Gerald White's explanation in full. Over the past few months, I have received many emails from people asking me to comment on various videos uploaded by the ProNASA site. Specifically, they ask me, how can the Apollo 11 views of Earth be a transparency over the window as stated by Bart Sabrell and David Percy, when one shot shows the Earth vanishing behind the windows? I explained this way back in 2007, but unfortunately, it seems that the propagandists' misinterpretation of the footage continues to this day. I am also asked how NASA got the cloud formations right if these videos were faked. Apparently, the cloud formations seen in these telecasts are similar to those seen by weather satellites. Firstly, the Apollo 11 crew made not one, but 4 television broadcasts during the coast phase in their alleged voyage to the moon. According to Spacecraft Films DVD, the first one was filmed at 10:32 GET, ground elapsed time 10 hours 32 minutes after the start of the mission. The second was filmed at 30:28 GET, and the third at 33:59 GET, and the fourth was filmed at 55:08 GET. The first, third, and fourth broadcasts were all a continuous video with no edits. But the second video, the one where the Earth clearly disappears behind the window, is just a jumble of random interior and exterior shots. The astronauts don't even appear in the same shot as the Earth vanishing behind the window. In fact, if you actually watch these in-flight television transmissions closely, you'll notice that the astronauts are never in the same shot as the Earth. The camera always blacks out to a cutaway between interior and exterior shots. In the film industry, this is called smoke and mirrors. Anyways, long story short, Bart Sabrell and David Percy discussed the 10:32 GET and the 33:59 GET telecasts in their respective documentaries. These are the two broadcasts that they say were filmed with a transparency. In response to the transparency claim, the 30:28 GET telecasts have been flogged by members of the pro-NASA side over and over again as though all 4 videos were the same telecast, and not once do they reveal that it is in fact an edited video. For the record, I believe that these videos in which the Earth disappeared behind the window were filmed in a CSM mock-up with an accurate globe on the outside. At the request of a certain YouTube user who has been confused by the pro-NASA side's representation of these videos, I am uploading all 4 from start to finish. Secondly, these videos have been compared with the photos of Earth taken by weather satellites in orbit at the time. Naturally, the pro-NASA side has been very quick to call this evidence. This trait is typical among propagandists. They present a piece of data or video that they don't know how to fake, and they assume that everything they don't know how to fake must be evidence that Apollo was real. Considering that NASA had many weather satellites in orbit long before and during Apollo, and that meteorologists have been using such satellite photographs to predict cloud formations and thus make forecasts of the week's weather, I'd say that's how NASA was able to get the cloud positions right in these videos. Thirdly, I have also been asked why Sabrell says the telecasts that NASA sent him were classified when they are available on Spacecraft Films DVD set. The footage that Sabrell received carried this title card. This film of the Apollo 11 mission was produced as a report film by the Manned Spacecraft Center and is not for general public distribution. Furthermore, NASA sent Sabrell this footage in 2000. Spacecraft Films published this copy of it in 2002. It seems to me that NASA decided to classify this footage after Bart Sibrel leaked it. Jerry White has posted a video showing his opinion of the TV transmissions, in which he also comments on the Bart Sibrel video, and he subsequently posted an addendum to this video. Now, I need to admit that all of this is quite complex and not that simple to comprehend. In the first video, Jerry expresses doubts about the dating of the video as shown on the title slate. These doubts appear to be based on the date a newspaper article was published in Australia showing an image of the distant Earth from the Apollo 11 capsule, which Jerry claims was published before the actual TV transmission. In Jerry's second video, which is titled Moonfaker, Exhibit B, Corrections and Revisions, he attempts to simplify his point about the dating of the video. It appears to depend on how NASA counts the first day of the mission as either day 0 or day 1. I am not entirely sure what relevance all of this has, but I believe that he is perhaps trying to suggest that the video may have been made sometime before the Apollo missions and therefore must be fake. What might be an important point made by Jerry White was that whenever they change the view between the Earth and the interior of the capsule, it always blacks out during the changeover. You never see the direct camera pan from the interior capsule view of the Earth and vice versa. This could be because they needed to turn off the interior lights while they staged the Earth view, or simply just to adjust the focus of the camera. Jerry also notes that while the audio is continuous, the video is not. It appears as though the video is edited and portions omitted, even though the Spacecraft Films DVD is supposedly one full mission obtained from NASA. The implication to this is that the astronauts are in low Earth orbit and pre-recorded video is being broadcast by NASA. There seems to be no question that whichever version of events you choose to accept, these transmissions were clearly faked. Video of lunar module landing on the moon. A 16mm data acquisition camera, DAC, was fitted into the capsule so that it had a good view out of the lunar module pilot's window, perfect for capturing the landing action. The landing video for Apollo 14 is shown in the annotated NASA video from the Apollo Lunar Lander Journal. Let's watch this as I will explain what is happening. The approach part of the landing video used a camera tracking over a model similar to that used in the astronaut's training simulator. If you look closely at time 1436, you can just about make out the striation lines of the model. I took the screenshot from the video and added 2 lines to show the direction of the striations. The model maker made up accurate scale models from photographs taken of the lunar surface by the lunar orbiter, which flew parallel paths across the lunar surface on each orbit. The only reference the model maker had was these photographs on parallel paths, and clearly he followed them exactly to ensure accuracy. This resulted in discernible parallel lines across the model surface. Following the model sequence, a revolving mat was supplied to give the impression of sand being blown out by the rocket engine. This was useful as it allowed the model sequence to be dissolved into the actual stage set on which the astronauts performed. Note one interesting point, that the object at the center top of the image changes shape from round to square after the dissolve and the model to the full-size stage set. This abbreviation was clearly a simple oversight and is the only mission on which this happened. If you think about what they were doing, then it is quite remarkable that they were able to make this transition from a model to a full-sized stage set with such convincing accuracy. It has clearly proved very difficult to always match up persuasively the detail between the model and the full set. However, the transition from model to stage set was not always perfect and often contained some anomalies. Here we see another one from the same Apollo 14 video. The crater shadows in the model prior to the dissolve are much deeper than the final stage set version, presumably because they got the sun angle not quite the same. You need to watch very closely to see this subtle difference. I have taken 2 screenshots which perhaps shows the difference slightly better. One important thing to note is that for the moon landings, Apollo 11 did not use this transition from a model to the full-scale set technique. It is only with Apollo 14 that they employed this technique with any degree of success, but even then we have seen it is not perfect the first time they tried it. For all later Apollo missions, they used a longer time sequence of the sand mat, so any transition was not so clearly discernible. Perhaps this was a conscious decision to eliminate this transition problem. TV pictures from the moon. The best evidence to convince people that man had really landed on the moon would be live TV transmissions and the lunar surface to capture the full glory of the action, and this is what NASA X set out to produce. NASA X faced one big problem: how to produce live television footage of men on the moon operating in the much reduced moon gravity. Clearly, the video needed to be recorded and broadcast live to convince the world that what they were witnessing as it happened was really true. Of course, nobody would detect whether the TV signals coming into mission control were live or even were actually coming from the moon. One needs to realize that one of the most crucial parts of the hoax was to fool the operatives in mission control as well. So, how could they do this? We can now introduce our main characters in the story and see how they solved this problem. Frederick Ordway was an American space scientist and author of visionary books on spaceflight. In 1965, he was a top official at NASA, working closely with the rocket scientist Wernher von Braun. Arthur C. Clarke, who was a well-known British science fiction writer, was also an advisor to NASA and, as such, was well connected with Ordway. At the time, Stanley Kubrick was an up-and-coming film producer and had achieved industry recognition in his direction of the Kirk Douglas movie Spartacus. The problem to be solved was how could they produce convincing footage of men walking in a reduced gravity on the moon. The idea emerged of making a movie as a trial run for NASA's X-Fakery. I believe that in 1962, Arthur C. Clarke contacted Stanley Kubrick, a well-known film director, to discuss the possibility of making a sci-fi movie which would enable them to at least test out the feasibility of producing convincing film footage of men walking on the moon. The movie was to be 2001: A Space Odyssey, supposedly financed by the American studio Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer to the tune of US $10 million. I find this rather strange that a major studio would bankroll a movie for which there was yet no script. Clarke and Kubrick could write the script as the film developed, although it was loosely based on Clarke's book, The Sentinel. I suggest that the financing of this movie was most probably greatly influenced by NASA X, as it is doubtful that a major studio would be willing to put up US $10 million for a movie that had no established storyline. For NASA X, $10 US million would be a drop in the ocean given an extremely large NASA budget. The advantage of The Sentinel as the basis of the movie was that it involved the moon and offered the perfect test bed for simulating moon scenes that NASA X needed to test. As it transpired, the movie was a great box office success and grossed about $180 US million at the box office. Arthur C. Clarke and Frederick Ordway were frequent visitors to the Shepperton studio where the movie was to be made. NASA gave Kubrick access to all of their available data and the moon's topography, which included the satellite photography and later the large-scale models that NASA had created for astronaut training and the selection of suitable landing sites for the Apollo missions. These models were later used as part of the fakery using small camera technology, which had been developed by John Dykstra, who at the time was a little-known American special effects artist who achieved fame much later for his work on the movie Star Wars. The resultant movie, 2001: A Space Odyssey, was started in 1963 and completed in 1968. It used the front screen projection technique to create the illusion of a large moon landscape, which is exactly what NASA X required. It was a tremendous success, being acclaimed as the best sci-fi movie of all time. Perhaps more importantly, it convinced the NASA X that they could fabricate the moon landings. A very interesting discussion is shown on the video from www. Rich Planet TV, in which the presenter, Richard Hall, interviews Carl James. Carl James reveals many pieces of the circumstantial evidence which seems to point to Kubrick's possible involvement. It is abundantly clear that the Apollo moon videos were taken on a stage set as witnessed by the telltale evidence of front screen projection that we have discussed in Chapter 6. The fakery is in this respect rather poor, as the Kubrick horizontal is so clearly visible in almost every Apollo moon video. It always surprises me how anyone can view these kind of videos of the lunar scape and be convinced that they were actually taken on the moon. I think the only explanation is that they do not study the images in detail and overlook the very obvious Kubrick horizontal. This is acceptable for an average person who may not look too closely at the videos or photographs or even contemplate that elements within NASA could have conducted such a massive hoax. I would count myself in this group for 48 years in which I accepted what NASA told us. However, the pro-NASA fanboys and girls are in the mainstream well-educated science area who have now supposedly studied the subject in considerable detail. How could they be so easily conned into accepting the NASA evidence, or are there other financial factors involved? Some rocks brought back from the moon? Proving that the rocks came from the moon is something of a paradox. If the rocks are totally unique and therefore unknown, then it is not possible to state with any confidence that they came from the moon. The best that the geologists can do is to infer that they seem likely to be from the moon, but this is not proof. No doubt their judgment is somewhat influenced by the fact that NASA told them that the rocks were brought back from the moon by the Apollo astronauts. Rocks from the moon do exist lying around in all parts of the Earth, so one has to search them out. We have already discussed in Chapter 4 the NASA field trip to Antarctica to collect moon rocks, so it doesn't take much imagination to assume that the rocks collected were subsequently altered to fake the moon rocks supposedly from the moon. You just need to remove the traces of the burnt crust caused by the fiery re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere and then use lasers to add the micrometeorite zap craters that would have been created on the moon. This would be sufficient to fool the geologists, but really, who would be any wiser? Photographs of astronauts on the moon. Producing photographs of astronauts on the moon is a relatively simple task, and NASA did it to perfection, almost too perfect to be convincing. Many of the photographs of the Apollo astronauts on the moon are so perfectly focused, so perfectly framed, and are of a standard that would be envied by many semi-professional photographers. I consider these photographs to be one of the weakest in the NASA evidence. Firstly, we need to consider the cameras supposedly used by the astronauts on the moon to understand why perhaps the NASA photographs are considered to be too perfect to be believable. The cameras supplied were made by the company of Victor Hasselblad AB, which is a Swedish manufacturer, and were constructed to NASA specifications. Several different types of cameras were taken to the moon to suit the type of still photography and video tasks. I will not go into detail concerning the technological aspects of these cameras, as I am not a photographer and I probably wouldn't understand what I am saying. For any budding or even expert photographers, you can see the full details in the NASA documentation. There are one or two aspects of the cameras that are claimed to have been used on the surface of the moon which differ from what you might expect and need to be highlighted so you can fully understand some of what follows. The astronauts needed to wear special spacesuits to be able to survive in the hostile climate while bobbing around on the surface of the moon. They also needed to have both hands free to carry out specific tasks related to planned scientific experiments. The camera was therefore fixed hands-free into a special retainer attached on the astronaut's chest, although it could be unclipped and handheld if necessary. These factors had three major consequences for photography on the moon in the way that cameras could be operated. Firstly, the astronauts' fishbowl helmets made it impossible for them to look down into the viewfinder to frame the shot and adjust the focus, so NASA did away with the viewfinder, and it would only have added weight and would not have served any useful purpose. Secondly, the other consequences of not being able to look down at the camera meant that the astronauts could not see any buttons on the camera, so that the buttons to operate the camera were placed underneath at the front of the camera. Thirdly, the spacesuits had to be pressurized with about 5 psi, otherwise the astronauts' blood would boil and they would turn into jelly and quickly die. The pressurized gloves meant that this was very difficult to have fine touch, so the buttons on the camera were made extra large. Imagine typing your next email while wearing heavy-duty gardening gloves and you will get the idea. Hasselblad made all of these design adjustments to their standard 500 EL camera design. The Hasselblad cameras had an electric motor which largely automated the picture-taking process. The astronauts needed only to set the distance, lens aperture, focus, and shutter speed. I say only, but wearing gardening gloves and with your head in a fishbowl is not such an easy task. Once the release button was pressed, the camera exposed the film, wound on to the next frame, and tensioned the shutter. The final design adjustment to the Hasselblad camera was the fitting of the reservoir plate. The residue plate was made of glass and was fitted to the back of the camera body extremely close to the film plane. The plate was then engraved with a number of crosshairs to form a grid. The intersections were 10 millimeters apart and accurately calibrated to a tolerance of 0.002 millimeters. Except for the larger central cross, each of the 4 arms on each cross was 1 millimeter long and 0.02 millimeters wide. The crosses are recorded on every exposed frame, supposedly providing a means of determining angular distances between objects in the field of view. The importance of the residue plate in our discussions is that it enables us to judge just how well the photograph was centered due to the large crosshairs centered on the residue plate. The skeptic Marcus Allen has often commented on the extremely high quality of some of these photographs taken by Neil Armstrong just minutes after arriving on the moon. In a presentation he made at the 5th British Exopolitics Expo held at the University of Huddersfield on September 28, 2013, he discussed this photography. Over the 6 Apollo moon missions, NASA states that the astronauts took a total of about 6,000 photographs on the moon. Perhaps it is a mathematician creeping out of me, but I do have a tendency when I see numbers to have an urge to want to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. So I got to thinking, 6,000 photographs, now this is a very large number. How long were they walking about taking photographs while they were on the moon? Well, it turns out to be a total of just over 80 hours on the 6 missions. No doubt you will see where this is going. So, calculator in hand, I get 75 photos per hour, which is 6,000 divided by 80. So it seems that they took only 1 photograph every 48 seconds while on EVAs. That is a rather astonishing act of photography. I must say that I am quite surprised at these numbers given that many of these photographs were taken at different locations, distances apart, or some walking or driving was involved, which limited the time to take the photographs. I realize in later missions, Apollo 15, 16, and 17, that some photographs were obtained from the camera on the lunar rover, but still the mind boggles at the number of photographs allegedly taken on the moon. While on the surface, the crew took 1,151 photographs with the Hasselblad cameras. Major photographic tasks were to record surface activities and document sample retrieval. So, we have 1,151 photographs taken by the 2 crew in EVAs lasting 19 hours. That was 61 photographs every hour, or 1 photograph every 59 seconds. Note that these 1,151 photographs were, according to the NASA statement above, were taken only with the Hasselblad camera, so does not include any photographs taken by the lunar rover camera. If you are at all inclined, take a look at this video which shows the compelling first EVA of Apollo 15. Did you see any astronaut taking a photograph? No, you didn't? So, when were they supposedly taking a photograph every minute? Something is seriously wrong here, and it simply reveals the fakery. When I view all of the videos of the Apollo astronauts walking on the moon, I see very few photographs being taken. I cannot explain why NASA has produced such a large number of photographs, but I will leave that for you to ponder. Was NASA just overexcited about producing moon photographs and did not realize the issue that they were creating? Evidence of leaving retroreflectors. The retroreflector saga was employed by NASA to act as a proof that Apollo astronauts did in fact land on the moon. They show clear video of the retroreflectors being accurately placed by the astronauts. We have already discussed the retroreflector story in Chapter 11 and conclude that it is based on a flawed science. The retroreflector only accounts for 0.000000967% of the area covered by the diverged laser beam when it reaches the moon, and only 0.000000000000714% by the time it gets back to the retrieving telescope on Earth. Talk about finding the proverbial needle in a haystack. If the retroreflector is present in the area illuminated by the laser, it will only receive a minuscule part of the laser signal and it cannot send back more than it received. This means that the retroreflectors of Apollo are too small to be really effective at such a large distance. The fact that the system does not give an instantaneous result for one fire of the laser but has to be repeated over many hours while both the sun and the moon are in constant relative motion is just nonsense. What they think they are measuring to an accuracy of 3 millimeters is puzzling. NASA has intended that the subsequent use of the retroreflector to bounce signals off of the moon would be incontestable evidence of man stepping on the moon and placing the retroreflectors there. Unfortunately, on closer examination, this story is imperfect and does not stand the scrutiny of the scientific evidence. Signals were being successfully bounced off the moon many years before the Apollo project. Perhaps NASA didn't know about the work of MIT in 1961 or simply hoped that it would not be revealed. Videos of ascent stage blasting off the moon. If you have not seen the video of the ascent stage of the lunar module lifting off from the moon, then take a look now at this Apollo 17 leaving the moon. It is a surprisingly poor attempt at fakery. It looks like a model being pulled up on a string, or even worse, it does not exhibit the proper acceleration profile for a rocket taking off when the first phase is slow as the rocket initially overcomes gravity. The NASA X model lunar lander just pops up like magic. You can now view the other Apollo missions blast-offs in these videos, Apollo 15 and Apollo 16. If you are feeling concerned that they left a cameraman on the moon, then I can tell you right now that these videos were taken by the camera on the lunar rover, which was controlled by NASA on Earth, albeit with a signal delay, so the camera operator needed to act ahead of time. For both Apollo 16 and 17, the camera on the lunar rover was panned to follow the rising spacecraft. On Apollo 15, the camera does not pan upwards to follow the spacecraft. NASA state that this was due to a technical problem. Now, what did we see in these supposed departures from the moon? Well, we certainly saw a lot of flying debris in the form of colored fragments shooting out when the explosive bolts are blown and the guillotine knives are used to sever the umbilical cables. These bolts are used to hold together the ascent stage and the descent stages. In all three videos, there is a small triangular plume positioned on the descent stage which stays visible for less than half a second but does not follow the spacecraft upwards. There appears to be no plume extending below the spacecraft as it rises. Finally, we see that the rocket blastoff looks rather unnatural. I'm no rocket scientist, but it does appear as though the ascent stage just pops up without any sign of the first pause which one would expect, as it would initially struggle to overcome lunar gravity. We will now let Jared White outline the problem as he sees it. In Jared's view, the claim by the pro-NASA believers that the propellants used in the ascent stage rocket would not give rise to a visible plume is not true, and he compares this video to video footage from the Apollo 9 mission. I think that you need to be a staunch pro-NASA believer to watch these liftoffs from the moon and be convinced that you are watching some real event rather than some clumsily made model attempt to fake it. Video capsule landing on its return to Earth. In some of the NASA videos of the capsule retrieval at sea, we may have been looking at a real event or a capsule that had just been unceremoniously dropped out of an aircraft. Either way, that part of the fakery was relatively easy. If you can convincingly devise all of these elements, then you may be able to fake the moon landings. Unfortunately, NASA was not able to do that without leaving many clues that expose the fakery. Simulation of gravity. When you think about what the difference is between the Earth and the Moon, you come up with two main elements. Firstly, the Moon has a hostile climate with extremes of fluctuating temperatures, high levels of radiation, and no atmosphere to sustain life. Secondly, it has a much lower gravitational force compared with the Earth. The simulation of the astronauts coping with no atmosphere is easily solved with a fancy-looking spacesuit, supposedly with adequate radiation protection, but actually made of sewn-together layers of nylon, unbelievably with zips. Gravity is a much greater challenge. In theory, you could train the astronauts in French mime, like the famous Marcel Marceau, so that they could pretend lower gravity in their movements. This may be less comical than what NASA actually did. The best solution, and the one adopted by NASA, was actually to simulate the Moon's lesser gravitational force using slow-motion photography and harness supports for the astronauts to relieve them from up to 83% of their Earth weight. Astronauts were trained on Earth using special harnesses which simulated lesser gravitational force on the Moon. There are several videos of these training exercises produced by NASA in 1968. Here you can see some of the ingeniously complicated contraptions devised in order to simulate moon gravity. Note that somehow they state that they had managed to develop simulated lunar soil. How they managed this I don't know, given that they had nothing to compare it with. The training videos also showed astronauts using pressurized and unpressurized suits. The difference between the unpressurized suit and the pressurized suit are vast, and the pressurized suit clearly inhibits the astronaut's movement, particularly at the joints. It is also clear that in the simulated lunar gravity condition that the astronauts had problems in obtaining friction at their feet due to the fact that up to 83.3% of their weight was taken up by the counterbalance wire. The extraordinary ability of the astronauts shown in the training videos to perform quite athletic movements, jumping very high and even performing high somersaults with very little apparent effort. These athletic performances were never seen in the actual Apollo moon footage. Astronauts on wires. In the end, NASA opted for a single wire attached between the backpack and the astronaut's body, probably in a harness around the astronaut's waist and chest. In one photo, I have found that the astronauts actually were attached to a single cable which was attached to a giant helium-filled balloon. The wire used was probably a braided black metal monofilament less than 5 millimeters diameter, so that it was not visible to the Apollo camera, but on some rare occasions it could be detected. In addition to the wire support, NASA also used various slow-motion techniques to simulate the gravity of falling objects. The single suspension wire also had negative effects in that the astronauts exhibit some strange movements due to their reliance on the wire support. In many cases, the astronauts appear to stumble and then regain their balance. Some of the sequences appear to be quite odd, but this is simply because the astronaut is partially suspended by the single wire. The single wire support also gave the astronauts a tendency to spin and then correct themselves. The presence of the wire caused the astronauts to lean on it for support and then to have sudden spasms induced by the wire going slack, causing a full body jerk to regain balance. Their attempts to regain control of their balance is affected by the pull of the wires, and so many times they appear to undergo spasms in their movement, which looks quite unnatural. However, this is a natural reaction of the human balance system, and we all exhibit these strange spasms if we feel that we are about to lose balance. If you don't believe me, try now to lean over backwards and you will see what I mean. Many unnatural physical movements of the astronauts are often seen in the Apollo footage. The backpack can be often seen to be pulled back as the astronaut bends forward. Also, when the astronaut jumps, it appears that the backpack rises first, which we would not expect to see. You would expect to see that the head of the astronaut would rise first, and then the backpack would get pulled up afterwards by the astronaut's body. These instances are very common if you watch very closely to the footage of the astronauts moving. For example, take a look at these sequences in the video above. You will see astronauts training with wire harnesses. Note also the unnecessary throwing of all manner of objects by the astronauts. I say unnecessary, but this was an important part of the NASA ploy to present ample opportunity for you to calculate the gravitational force and hence prove it was really filmed on the moon. You can also see many examples of how their suspension wire was also used to jerk up the astronaut who had fallen. The original video was filmed in slow motion at 144 frames per second. An optical printer was then used to select the frames required to build the slow motion effect, taking into account the types of action on the set. This BBC Horizon video from 1985 shows how the optical printer is used in filmmaking. Although this video shows the more advanced green screen method and not the front screen projection method used for superimposing black screen images, this technique is used in the optical printer and is very similar. Note that VFX is just shorthand for visual effects. The suspension wire had counterbalance for the specific astronaut's weight, but the amount of weight taken off the astronaut also depended on the final video frame per second to be used as follows. 1. 83.3% simulated lunar gravity requires 24 frames per second. 2. 44.6% simulated lunar gravity requires 44 frames per second. 3. 39% simulated lunar gravity requires 48 frames per second. And finally, 0% simulated lunar gravity requires 59 frames per second. This was quite a clever device for the fakers to cover the deceit. Most skeptics have suggested that the video was simply slowed down by some factor to create the simulated moon gravity. This would have led to the fakery being easily discovered by simply speeding up the video by some factor. Several skeptics have tried this, but the results are never totally convincing. The reason for this is that the frame rate is constantly changing, so instead of you watching one clip at a specific frame rate, you are in effect watching several shorter clips at different frame rates but cleverly stitched together. The frame rate changes are quite subtle, usually occurring as the astronaut jumps or performs some other distracting activity. The use of different frame rates was quite ingenious. It was used extensively to falsely add depth to the scenes by tricking the eye that the stage set was larger than it was. They did this by changing the amount of slow motion used depending on what was happening on the set. The closer the astronaut was to the camera, then the amount of slow motion was much reduced. Particularly when the astronauts were manipulating objects very close to the camera, then the slow motion was perhaps only 10%. As the astronaut moves further away from the camera, then the amount of slow motion is increased in stages. This actually gave the illusion that the stage set was much deeper than it actually was, at the time it takes the astronaut to move away is falsely increased. A good example of this is shown in this short clip extracted from the anonymous make-believe smoke and mirrors video. Watch carefully, and at the elapsed time of 5 seconds, you can clearly see the speed change as the astronaut slows down unnaturally. This is a good example of the frame speed change as more slow motion is added the further away the astronaut moves from the camera. Note that this revealing video has been removed from the NASA archive and is no longer available. Note that it has been replaced by a newer version in real player format. Interestingly, the clear evidence of the frame speed change has been eliminated. This is just another example of NASA editing the evidence that clearly reveals the techniques of the fakery. In total, at least 7 different frame extraction sequences can be detected which were used by NASA X. These can be used to calculate different frame adjustment factors needed to remove the slow motion from the NASA footage. The basic equation is 24 frames per second over slow motion frames, which equals frame length adjustment factor. The video, Make-Believe Smoke and Mirrors, has now been restored with proper audio so that you can hear what is being said and is available on Apollo Detectives and on www.apollomoonhoax.net. The one way to determine whether the astronauts are really on the moon is to measure the gravity by observing the time it takes for objects to fall. NASA X made sure that there were many such possibilities to determine the gravity by having astronauts needlessly throwing all manners of objects at every opportunity. Here are a few examples of objects being thrown taken from Apollo 16 on the first EVA. In all other missions, we also see the same unnecessary throwing of all manner of objects. I say unnecessary, but for NASA X it was an important aspect of the hoax in order to falsely prove that the astronauts were really on the moon. Gravity of falling sand. Although NASA X were able to manipulate the videos and respect the lesser gravity on the moon for objects thrown and the jumps of astronauts, they were unable to accomplish this simultaneously for the falling sand. In Chapter 8, Defying Gravity, we also examined the big Navy salute made by astronaut John Young on Apollo 16. As we can see, the astronaut falls according to the gravity of the moon, but the sand falls according to the Earth gravity. It was not possible for the techniques used to fake both of these events at the same time. Here we have a closer look at some of the astronaut jumps, all taken from Apollo 16, but you can observe numerous such instances in all of the other Apollo missions. In all cases, the sand clearly falls faster than the astronaut, which is, according to the law of physics, impossible. In manipulating the observable gravity of the astronaut, they were unable to simultaneously do the same for the falling sand. So, what do we observe from the astronauts behaving as though he is on the moon and the sand behaving as though it is on Earth? This is incontestable evidence of the NASA fakery. When the evidence is so clear and indisputable, how can the pro-NASA fan club members be so blind? It is this blindlessness of the evidence shown by the pro-NASA group that leads one to consider whether they are simply NASA shills and are simply acting disingenuously. Moon stage set. It is beyond doubt that all of the Apollo moon scenes were recorded in some studio here on Earth. There have been various suggestions made by the skeptics as to the location of the set. Skeptic Bill Casing suggested that the base for the Apollo simulation project was a closely guarded secret base just outside of the small town of Mercury in Nevada, USA. Whenever the moon sequences were filmed, it would need to be a large circular set of up to 300 meters or possibly more in diameter. The one exception that stands out is Apollo 11, the supposed first moon landing. The set for Apollo 11 looks very limited in size and does not show any background features as the following missions do. Apollo 11 did supposedly touch down in a flat area, but there should have been mountain ranges clearly visible in the distance as discussed in Chapter 6, Visions of a Moon. I have no evidence for this suggestion, as it is merely a hunch, but it may be possible that the Apollo 11 video was shot at Pinewood Studios in England. Remember that 2001 A Space Odyssey did have a moonscape scene based on NASA detailed data. It could have been a test for NASA X to judge whether the hoax would look acceptable on video. In all of the Apollo videos supposedly taken on the moon, we have no idea whether the astronauts shown are the real astronauts or merely actors. We can never see their faces as the gold-covered visor is always down. However, there is just one exception to this. In Apollo 17, the claimed last man on the moon, Eugene Cernan, for one brief moment has his visor up and you can just about make out a face which could be him. We do not even know whether the voices in the videos were recorded at the same time of the video or added later. Certainly, some of the commentary made by the astronauts in the videos is somewhat benign and perhaps not what we would expect from a trained astronaut on a scientific mission. The remaining Apollo missions were clearly filmed on a much larger, specially constructed set, which had gantry cranes above for the suspension of the astronauts on wires. As I have stated previously on Apollo 11, it did not appear to use the same wire suspension technique, nor as far as I can discern from the front screen projection technique. A revealing insight into the Apollo moon stage set is given in the make-believe smoke and mirrors video, which I mentioned above as shown in this extract from this video. The simulated low gravity on the moon caused other problems for the astronauts, and is one reason for their rather strange bunny-hopping locomotion is that they had insufficient friction at their feet. So what is friction? Let's start with some school physics on the friction of walking. Friction when walking is simply the force created between your shoes and the ground, and it is the force that stops you falling over. But as the slipperiness of the surface increases, then you need to take smaller and more cautious steps in order to maintain your balance. Go try walking on some ice and try some other variable slippery surfaces and you'll see what I mean. The formula for friction is F equals UG, where U is the coefficient of friction between your foot or shoes and the surface that you are walking on, and G is the force you exhibit on the ground, your weight. Note that the coefficient U depends on two surfaces that are in contact, the material of your shoe soles and the nature of the ground. Typically, for synthetic material shoe soles on concrete or asphalt, the coefficient in the average range is 0.6 to 0.75. Did you ever try walking on ice? Well, the coefficient of ice is between 0.1 and 0.15, depending on the roughness of the ice. So when you walk on ice, you tend to slip, as shown in this video above. This would have significant problems for the astronauts on the moon, as described by Steve the chemist in this YouTube video above. The simulation of the lesser gravity on the moon by use of suspension wires resulted in the astronauts having less frictional support at their feet. It is also the reason why toddlers take smaller steps when they first start to walk. We never see the astronauts bent over to keep their balance as one would expect when you are carrying a backpack equal to your own weight. Note that the static balance effect is the same irrespective of the actual weight, as it is a function of dynamics and not weight, so any argument that everything weighed 6 times less on the moon is completely missing the point. The limited friction that the astronauts had when the counterbalance weight was larger resulted in them to have a tendency to bounce rather than walk. You see this unusual bunny-hopping locomotion very often in the Apollo moon videos. The problem with moon dust. The topic of moon dust has been debated continually ever since NASA published the now iconic photograph of the distinctive boot print made by Buzz Aldrin from the Apollo 11 mission. The skeptics argued that it would not be possible to leave such a distinct boot print in the dry dust of the moon. Therefore, we suggest that the moon dust might have been damp, which we know would be impossible on the moon, which has no atmosphere, as any moisture would instantly evaporate. The scientific word for moon dust is regolith, which simply means the loose material covering the solid rock on a planet. On Earth, we call it organic soil or sand. The word regolith is derived from the combination of two Greek words, regos, which means blanket, and lithos, which means rock. You never know. This might be useful information on your next holiday to Greece if you run out of meaningful conversation. The pro-NASA group will explain to you that the regolith on the moon is totally unlike anything here on Earth. On the Moon, there is no weathering by wind, rain, or ice, so that the regolith particles are not rounded but are sharp and jagged. Accordingly, this jagged theory is offered as a reason why the grains of sand appear to stick together, whereas round grains would just collapse and slide away. The pro-NASA Mythbusters produced a TV show in which they engineered an experiment conducted in a vacuum chamber in an attempt to prove that the photograph of the boot print made by Buzz Aldrin on the Moon was genuine. For the experiment, they obtained an Apollo moon boot from NASA and some simulated moon regolith. The Mythbusters appear to have convinced themselves that they had managed to replicate a similar boot print in simulated moon regolith. The Mythbusters then constructed a rig in a vacuum chamber and made a boot print which they claimed to reproduce the Apollo moon boot print exactly, but you can judge for yourself how successful they were from the following comparative photograph. In the photograph we have above, the actual boot print made by Buzz Aldrin on the Moon, and below the Mythbusters attempt. Notice in the real Apollo moon boot how sharp the edges of the imprint are. The Mythbusters boot print have no sharp edges, mainly because the sand is dry and therefore cannot leave a sharp edge, so in effect, the Mythbusters may have proved the opposite of what they intended. Oily sand. NASA X would have had concerns that the sand on the Earth would form dust clouds if the particles are suspended in the air. The solution was to add a small amount of light oil in the sand. This has the effect of eliminating the dust clouds but still giving the sand the appearance of separate grains. You can try it for yourself. Go and buy a bag of sand and then add a very small amount of thin oil to it, say vegetable cooking oil. Experiment with the amount of oil to achieve the moon dust consistency. You will have then produced your own moon regolith. Notice that it is quite sticky and adheres to almost everything. The addition of a small quantity of oil solved the problem of the dust clouds, but also caused a severe problem for the astronauts in that the sand stuck to everything. You see it all the time in the NASA videos covering the astronaut suits and even adhering to the side of metal objects, equipment, and even the side of the moon buggy. This would have not happened if the sand was only jagged. The astronauts complained of the dust problem getting into the lunar capsule. They could not brush it off as the oil caused it to be very sticky and would have required detergent to remove it. NASA X needed to mention this problem with the moon dust as it was glaringly apparent from the videos that it stuck to almost everything. The evidence. In creating the evidence to support the fake Apollo moon landings, NASA X could be commended on achieving such a great job considering the extremely limited resources available back in 1969. Certainly, it had fooled the majority of the people for 50 years and still fools a large gullible proportion of the population. However, it was not all perfect, as we have seen so far in this series. There are so many weaknesses in the evidence which totally expose the deceit. There are still those, however, who no matter what the evidence shows us, will steadfastly cling to the belief that the Apollo astronauts did reach and walk on the moon. One needs to question this mentality adopted by seemingly intelligent people who are supposed experts in the Apollo evidence. How can this group of pro-NASA experts watch the Apollo videos and not see the glaring inconsistencies and the telltale evidence of fakery? Lights, camera, action! All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. William Shakespeare, As You Like It. The Apollo missions were controlled predominantly at the Mission Control Center in Houston. You can see the complexities of this setup in the NASA video covering the Apollo 13 mission. All telemetry data came into the center where it was viewed and acted on by the data feed controllers. Any fakery would have had to penetrate the scrutiny of these operatives. We have patiently examined this piece or that piece of the evidence which shows conclusively that the Apollo moon landings were faked by NASA X. We have examined the photographs, studied, watched the videos, read documents, listened to the opinions and interpretations from experts and laymen alike. None of this answers the question of how they made this into an apparent seamless presentation broadcast live to the world. In the preceding chapters, we have shown that there are too many inconsistencies in the NASA evidence for the Apollo missions to have been real, but it still remains to consider how the final fakery was produced. It is certain that the many hours of fake mission video, the faked photographs, the fake moon rocks, and even some of the mission transcripts were produced before the Apollo missions were even started. The problem is that we have not yet explained totally how these faked elements could have been used in the practice to produce the seamless viewing of the Apollo missions. The production. Let us examine this in detail. We are dealing with an event that was shown live all around the world, and each mission was continuous for several days. For Apollo 11, the event lasted over 8 days, while for Apollo 17, it lasted for over 12 days. We witnessed the launch of the Saturn V rocket from Cape Kennedy, with or perhaps sometimes without astronauts. We observed the astronauts floating weightless in the spacecraft, we saw them walking on the moon, and we saw them return to Earth to the final splashdown. All of this time, they were supposedly in constant contact via both voice and video with Mission Control in Houston. All of this activity was seen by hundreds of people in NASA and millions of others throughout the world. If only a handful of people were involved in the fakery, then in addition to the whole world being fooled, the very people who were supposedly controlling the event minute by minute at Mission Control in Houston and elsewhere were also totally fooled. This appears at first sight to be highly improbable. It is abundantly clear that all of these scientists and engineers in Mission Control did not know what they were watching was not true. If that is the case, then what telemetry data feeds were they seeing and what TV transmission were they watching? Simulated telemetry. We do know that when they designed the control room at Mission Control in Houston, it was necessary to test the complete system using simulated telemetry. There is nothing wrong with this. It is a normal practice to test equipment using simulated data. I have done this many times myself in my career. The question then must be, where was the fake data coming from? NASA launched the TETRA satellite, TEST, and T-Raining satellite on 13 December 1967. The purpose of the satellite was to simulate transmissions coming from space and the moon so that the controllers at Mission Control in Houston could rehearse the Apollo missions. These simulated transmissions would also be a perfect source for the fake transmissions later to be used on the real Apollo missions. The satellite was used to provide simulated data feeds of all the telemetry that would later come from the actual Apollo missions. It was reported by NASA that the TETRA satellite fell on Earth on 28 April 1968, so it could not be used during any of the actual Apollo missions. This is actually disputed by several sources who maintain that it was still operational after April of 1968, so it could have overlapped the initial Apollo missions. You can see the basis of the discussion here on the Clavius website. However, the simple fact is that once the simulated satellite data had been collected, a satellite would no longer be necessary, so whether the TETRA satellite was still operational after 1968 is of no material consequence. The simulated telemetry, possibly with amendments, was subsequently used during the Apollo missions disguised as real telemetry coming from the Apollo spacecraft. The NASA operatives would have no idea where this telemetry was coming from. Numbers on the screen are simply numbers on a screen, whatever the source was. There would probably still be actual telemetry coming from the real spacecraft in low Earth orbit, but this could simply be ignored and not broadcast to NASA operatives in Mission Control. So, let us summarize what we have. 1. A large collection of fake photographs taken on some moonset here on Earth. 2. Hours of fake moon footage filmed on some moonset here on Earth. 3. A collection of fake moon rocks, meteorites probably collected from Antarctica, subsequently modified to hide the evidence of the re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere, and then added the telltale zap pits. And 4th, a simulated series of telemetry data obtained by the TETRA satellite and perhaps modified to suit each Apollo mission. The question to be answered is how all of this could be fashioned into some seamless presentation that would fool the world for 50 years, and not just once, but many times when you include Apollo 8, 10, and the supposedly ill-fated Apollo 13. Several of our skeptics, Bill Casing, Jera White, Bart Sabrell, have hinted in their various videos and books on the subject how, in their opinion, NASA achieved the pretense. The final clue they needed was the discovery by Bart Sabrell in the video "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon." This was the evidence of the existence of an additional communication channel directly to the astronauts bypassing and therefore unbeknown to mission controller operatives. This was revealed in the talk interruption at elapsed time 3434. Supposedly, the only communication channel was between Houston and the astronauts. However, this voice is clearly neither of them and is uttered in a tone of an important direct order to Neil Armstrong. The finding is significant, but what is perhaps more significant still is the fact that this previously unpublished video was then released by NASA to spacecraft films, but with the talk interruption removed. Why would NASA have needed to have done this if it wasn't in some way incriminating? Quite often we see the deliberate actions of NASA to edit evidence is more revealing than the actual original anomaly. For the skeptics, this was the final piece of the evidence they needed to expose the enigma. They could now complete the whole story of how NASA could have deceived not only its own operatives, but most of the entire world. They had the fake videos of the activities of the moon filmed in some stage set here on Earth as we described in Chapter 12. These videos could then be scripted down to the second. The script could then be controlled by the clandestine team who could instruct the capsule communicator, who was the only one allowed to communicate with the astronauts. He could then appear to have been communicating with the astronauts in the fake video being played and broadcast to the world. The reality of this direct communication was furtherly cleverly enhanced by NASA, and that they often had the capsule communicator giving instructions to the astronauts which they seemingly obeyed. For example, pick up the rock near your left foot. The existence of a correctly timed script made the impossible eminently possible. The only issue was that the capsule communicator had to be in the clandestine group. This was solved by NASA only allowing other astronauts to communicate directly with the astronauts on the so-called moon. Therefore, the capsule communicator was always another astronaut and surely to be in the know. This, NASA said, was for safety reasons, as only another astronaut could properly interpret what the astronauts were saying or doing. So, there we have it. A complete understanding of how NASA deceived the entire world and most of its own employees. The improbable turned out to be the probable. But this denoted a foregone conclusion. William Shakespeare, Othello. I would imagine that back in 1972, NASA X must have been feeling confident that they had successfully achieved the greatest hoax in history, as they had seemingly convinced the whole world of the great achievement of advanced American technology. However, there were a few voices in the wilderness that cast doubts on the truth of the matter. People like Bill Kaysing and Ralph Renee, but they could be ignored as attention-seeking cranks. After all, they have been conspiracy theorists since time began. What NASA X could not have imagined was the rapid development of the Internet and the power that this gave to the ordinary individual to carry out their own investigative research into the Apollo missions. It is often said that it is easier to prove that something didn't happen than to prove that it did. This is the case with the Apollo moon missions. At the first cursory glance, the evidence is all there to prove that the Apollo missions actually reached the moon, not once but 9 times, although they had only claimed to have landed on the lunar surface 6 times. However, it is the errors in this imperfect fakery that enables us to be confident in our conclusion that these missions were in fact faked. In this video, we have examined the evidence for the fakery and have shown conclusively that the Apollo astronauts have never reached the moon. It is certain that the Apollo astronauts never traveled any further into space than low Earth orbit. In this video series, we have also highlighted several instances which indisputably reveal the fakery. It would appear that not all is well within NASA, so perhaps we should take any new announcements of goals with a pinch of salt. We may know the answer in 2024 if astronauts finally reach the lunar surface for the first time.